father has written.
No friends. It's like I need to have those on the
Yeah.
things up there.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's try. Good. Yes. Okay, good morning. The Board of Nursing is now in session. I would just like to remind everyone that this hearing is being recorded. So please pull the microphone directly in front of you so that you can be heard clearly. And please wait until you've been recognized to speak. We ask that everyone joining us today silence all cell phones. If there are no objections, I will declare a flexible agenda. I would like to begin by reading our mission statement. The mission of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing is to protect the public and act as their advocate by effectively regulating the practice of nursing. We are going to start this morning and convene the hearing. We good? Okay, great. We are before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing in the matter of Obichukwuneme. Okay, good enough.
Yes.
At least. Uganzi Calais, NCSBN ID 216466586, APRN CNP license number 215521, and PAC number 9766. The board is set for today's hearing concerning the matters specified in the order of notice of hearing. Ms. Calais, did you receive an order and notice of hearing?
I did.
Okay. And of course, the date today is June 4th, 2026. We are in the offices of the ASBN and the time is 8:34 a.m. Is the state represented by counsel today?
Yes, David Dawson.
Okay. And is the respondent represented by counsel today?
Yes, ma'am. Chris Stevens for Mrs. Calais.
Okay. And could both of you just state your name? You've already done it, but could you also state your name into the record, ma'am?
Yes, it's Obuchukwuneme Olanze Calais.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Let the record, of course, reflect that the respondent is present and represented by counsel. We will now have the court reporter swear in all of the witnesses. Stand.
And please, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Very briefly, we'll just go over, just kind of explain the procedures of the hearing, of course, to the respondent and to the attorney. This is an administrative proceeding, so the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This will include sworn testimony and other evidence which may be admitted. It's under, of course, again, the Administrative Procedures Act, and therefore the strict rules of evidence do not apply. Therefore, if you guys have anything that you want to be presented or for the board to consider, it needs to be presented today in front of the board. Ms. Clay, you've already stated that you did receive an order and notice of hearing. And if you don't mind, either yourself or, of course, your attorney, just kind of telling us what you want to accomplish with today's hearing.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President and Board. We're here today because Ms. Calais received a letter of reprimand following her 2024 license renewal application. The letter of reprimand identified one mandatory course that Ms. Calais had not taken prior to her license renewal, and that course was prescription I believe it's called prescription use and abuse, something along those lines. And this was a 1 hour mandatory Arkansas specific requirement for her, like I said, 2024 renewal application. Ms. Calais was not aware at the time that she submitted her renewal application in 2024 that she was missing this course. In fact, she relied on the CE online CE broker platform, which we can, I'm sure the board's aware of it, but we can talk about that a little bit more in detail today. That platform that she was told to rely on by the board staff was showed that she was 100% complete on all CE requirements, that she had. It appeared to be, green, the color didn't show that she needed any more CE. So she thought when she submitted her renewal application that she had completely satisfied the Arkansas requirements. In fact, I believe she had 50 hours completed for that renewal cycle, where only 20 hours were actually required. So when she submitted the renewal application, there is a question on the application. I believe it's question 9. It asks, have you completed all CE for this renewal cycle? She marked yes, and then signs it at the bottom that she completed this application to the best of her knowledge. And I think we'll show today that was true, that she thought she had completed the CE requirements to the best of her knowledge. She reasonably relied on the CE broker platform and her knowledge of the requirements. So when she got there was a audit letter that was sent to her on October 9th. She messaged through the portal about this 1 hour mandatory course was flagged in the audit letter. And then the very next day, on October 10th, she completed that 1 hour course. So what we are objecting to today is the allegation that she committed fraud or intended to deceive board staff or the board in submitting her renewal application. I don't think there's any evidence that will be presented today that would show that she was intentionally deceptive or that she intended to defraud the board in any way. In fact, her actions show not only reasonable reliance, but diligence in going out and getting that 1 hour course immediately upon being notified.
Okay.
She would not have gained anything. And I'll wrap.
Oh, you're okay. This is
Yeah.
great. Go ahead.
She would not have gained anything by not completing the course. Like she did 50 of them before, and no patients were harmed in the process. There's no other evidence of unprofessional conduct as that is defined in the statute or in the rules. So that's what we would like to show the board today, and we have just 2 witnesses, and I think it'll be fairly brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. We'll consider that your opening statement, if that's okay.
Sure.
And then with that, Mr. Dawson, would you like to make an opening statement?
Sure. As you know, this is an appeal of a letter of reprimand that was issued. What wasn't discussed with respondent's opening statement is the fact that the Ms. Calais was issued a letter of warning, and the evidence is going to show in December of 2022 for not doing the same courses, the mandatory courses for prescriptive authority, people who hold prescriptive authority. And that's going to be relevant because you also hear testimony about the CE broker, what they report. They report what the licensing continuing education, but not the prescriptive authority continuing education. So she was already told 2 years before that she needed to make sure she did those courses, and she did one of them, but she didn't do the second one, and she signed the application saying that they were complete, and after the audit indicated she hadn't done the second course because she had previously received a warning for the same issue. That's why it rose to a reprimand at this point. The statute that's cited for the violation is 1787-309A1, which is providing false information on an application. And statute doesn't say that you intentionally providing false information. It just says providing false information. I think the reason for that is because the board needs to rely upon what they receive as being accurate. Whether it was a mistake or intentional, it's very important to be accurate. And there'll be some other testimony from Dr. McKinney to explain the whole process and especially regarding the letter of warning and how it got to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. With that, you may call your first witness.
Thank you.
Actually, do you want to go ahead and offer everything in the exhibits? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I did have list of exhibits to offer into evidence for the board. The first, number 1 is the order and notice of hearing. Exhibit 2 is the Nurse Practice Act. Exhibit 3 are the rules of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Number 4 is the Postal Service report regarding service of notice of hearing. That's not exactly relevant because they're here today, but number 5 is the hearing report from Dr. Shannon McKinney, dated March 24th, 2025. I have one witness, Dr. McKinney, and also I will say that I did receive some documents from the respondent's attorney, and many of those documents are part of the board's exhibits also, but there are some that are not, but I do not have any objection. They were all uploaded to the board, to the cloud for the board to be able to view during the hearing today.
Great. Okay, thank you. That will be allowed. And with that, you can now call your first witness.
Thank you. I call Dr. Shannon McKinney.
McKinney, Assistant Director for Advanced Practice, Arkansas State Board of Nursing.
Dr. McKinney, will you please go through the respondent's license history?
Yes. Ms. Calais held NCSB ID 216-46586. She has multiple licenses at the RN and APRN level across the nation, but more pertinently, she holds Texas RN multi-state number 786359, issued by exam on June 22nd of 2010 and expires on September 30th of 2026. She holds APRN CMP license 215521, issued by endorsement on May 13th of 2021, and also expires on September 30th of 2026. And she is the holder of prescriptive authority certificate number 9766, issued on June 11th of 2021, and expires on September 30th of 2026. She completed her education in an ADN at Angelo State University, again in 2012 with her BSN at Angelo State University, and again in 2013 at Angelo State University with a postmaster certificate as a family nurse practitioner. She had a letter of warning issued to her by the Arkansas State Board of Nursing on December 2nd of 2022, and a letter of reprimand issued by the Arkansas State Board of Nursing on January 17th of 2025. And there's no other discipline or discipline history listed in nurses.
Did respondent request today's hearing to appeal that letter of reprimand issued in 2025?
Yes, sir.
And did you produce a report for today's hearing outlining the information regarding the issuance of that letter of reprimand?
I did. It's dated March 24th of 2025.
Okay, and I believe it's listed as exhibit number 5. And so if you would just go through your narrative, it's not that long, and read the narrative, and then I have a few questions.
Okay, sounds good. On or about October 3rd of 2022, the respondent was notified of selection for a random continuing education compliance audit via the Nurse Portal Message Center. The message was read by the respondent on November 15th of 2022. A second notice was sent to the respondent on November 7th of 2022 via the Nurse Portal Message Center and USPS certified mail. The portal message was viewed on November 15th of 2022. US tracking information notes that certified mail is in transit and was undelivered. The respondent uploaded continuing education to CE Broker on July 20th of 2022. There was no evidence of completion of the 2 mandatory ASBN courses. A message was sent to the respondent through the Nurse Portal Message Center on November 16th of 2022 stating the 2 ASBN courses had not been completed. A letter of warning was issued on December 2nd of 2022 for noncompliance with the mandatory CE courses. On or about August 14th of 2024, respondent submitted a renewal application for APRN CMP license number 215521 with yes marked as the response to the statement, I declare that I have met the continuing education requirements during the 24 months immediately preceding the renewal date, the current renewal cycle, to deem me eligible for APRN license renewal and prescriptive authority. On October 9th of 2024, respondent was sent notice to the Nurse Portal Message Center of CE audit. The message was viewed by the respondent on November 9th of 2024. Respondent uploaded CE certificates to CE Broker. Respondent completed 1 of the 2 mandatory CE courses, Advanced Practice Nursing in Arkansas 2022, on July 16th of 2024. A message was sent to the Nurse Portal Message Center stating the 2nd mandatory course, prescription drug abuse and misuse, had not been completed. The message was viewed by respondent on October 10th of 2024. Respondent completed prescription drug abuse and misuse through CE Broker on October 10th of 2024. On or about January 17th of 2025, a letter of reprimand was issued to the respondent. The letter was sent through the Nurse Portal Message Center, USPS regular and certified mail. USPS tracking appears the certified mail was lost in transit. The portal message was viewed on January 19th of 2025. On January 19th, 2025, respondent sent a letter to the ASBN responding to the letter of reprimand issued on January 19th of 2025. In the letter, respondent apologized for misunderstanding and stated in part, it was never my intent to mislead the board in any way. On February 12th of 2025, a letter of representation was received from Christopher Parkerson, Esquire, requesting an appeal of the letter of reprimand issued January 17th of 2025. That concludes my report.
Okay, so respondent was informed in 2022 about the requirements of the specific courses for prescriptive authority?
Yes, in attachments 1 and 2, the audit notice outlines that in the message center that was sent to her on October 3rd of 2022, it states that they have to have 5 hours of pharmacology CE, including 3 hours that include information related to professional boundaries and prescribing rules and laws in the state. ASBN developed 2 courses to meet that requirement, and those are the 2 required courses that the respondent was deficient on.
Okay, so after she didn't do that at that time, she was given a warning.
She was. On attachment 3, she was issued a letter of warning on November 7th of 2022, and it outlined that she had, oh wait, that's the wrong date, my bad. December 2nd of 2022 on attachment 8, she was issued a letter of warning, which tells her that she did not complete the 2 mandatory courses, and that both courses are required to be completed prior to each renewal. That's on attachment 9.
Okay, and on attachment 17, is this where she answered yes to the question number 9 on the renewal application in 2024?
Yes, this is a copy of one of the pages in her 2024 renewal application. And down on question number 9, she declared that she had met the continuing education requirements during the 24 months previous. And again, it lists the course information there that they have to complete the 3 hours of the specific content.
And was she subsequently chosen to do a continuing education audit?
Yes, it's routine to audit people again who are non-compliant with the CE audit. So when they receive a warning the first time, it's routine to audit them again at their next renewal to ensure compliance at that point.
Okay, and on attachment 20, is that where the respondent was informed that audit revealed that she had failed to complete one of those courses?
This was her notice of audit. On October 9th, this was saying that she had been selected again for audit. And so she was being notified that she was being audited with her 2024 renewal. And then her non-compliance was noted on attachment 22 in the letter of reprimand.
Oh, okay. So
Well, actually, I think I told her on attachment 21 in the message center.
message, okay,
Sure.
and then I believe her testimony was the next day that she did that course. Is that correct?
Yes, her, I believe it's in here. I did not include it as an attachment. In my report, though, I did refer to where she had completed the, oh, here it is. Attachment 6 and 7 is her CE broker completion history. And on attachment 7, it shows where she completed the advanced practice nursing in Arkansas 2022 on July 16th of 2024. I don't remember when we updated the CE, so 2022 was still probably the current module at that point. We updated it to the 2024 after that date. And then there is no evidence of her completing prescription drug abuse and misuse until October 10th of 2024.
Okay. Now I want to ask about the letter of reprimand on attachment page 22 is what that is. And then over on the second page of the letter of reprimand, it makes reference to the rules 17 CAR section 121-710. And there is, in 710B1, it says that the licensee will be allowed to meet any legal education requirements within 90 days on notification of non-compliance. So why was she issued a letter of reprimand if she completed that class within 90 days?
The 90 days allows them time to complete the course and avoid a penalty or a fee associated with the non-compliance. They're still subject to disciplinary action under 121-710A.
And could she also face non-renewal of her prescriptive authority because she hadn't completed that?
Yes,
And so the 90-day grace period allows her to continue having that prescriptive authority until she gets the class done?
that's correct.
Okay. And there's also, I anticipate that they may ask some questions about this, and it's already been said in opening statement about the CE broker report and how she relied upon the information in the CE broker report. But as I understand it, that report gives the licensees information about the licensing requirements for continuing education, but APRNs who hold prescriptive authority have additional continuing education requirements, and that's not, at the time, that wasn't included on that report. Will you explain that?
Yes, sir. So CE broker is set up to show if a nurse has met the 15-hour CE requirement for each renewal. APRNs who hold prescriptive authority is not reflected in CE broker because they can't tell whether their prescriptive authority is active or inactive. So the pharmacology requirements are not reflected in CE broker. The 2 courses are housed in CE broker, but they are not show the compliance or non-compliance. That's only for the 15-hour licensure requirement that it shows. Not all APRNs hold prescriptive authority, so they would not be held accountable to those 2 courses unless their prescriptive authority is active.
And once again, this was this issue revolving the current letter of reprimand that we're here about today It's the same issue that respondent had when the previous letter of warning was issued?
That's correct. And in the 2022 letter of warning, it was stated in there that both courses must be completed prior to each renewal. And then at the subsequent renewal, they were not done, which is why we progressed to a letter of reprimand, which is routine for audits.
And so because a letter of warning was issued for the same fact situation, then the second time it happened, it rose to the letter of reprimand?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Stevens, do you have questions for Dr. McKinney?
Yes, ma'am, just a few. Okay. Dr. McKinney, you're the board's Assistant Director for Advanced Practice Nursing,
Yes, sir.
and you were assigned to investigate Ms. Calais, correct?
I routinely perform audits quarterly, and so that's part of my role here at the board is to conduct the audits.
And you prepared the investigative findings, investigative report that you quoted from earlier, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And the conclusions in this report were your conclusions.
Based on her completion or non-completion of the required courses, yes, sir.
And you were also the investigator for the Ms. Calais' 2022 matter, correct?
I was, yes.
And you're familiar with the board's rules on CE requirements for APRN renewals?
Yes,
And Ms. Calais was required to complete a total of 20 hours of continuing education for the 2024 renewal cycle, right?
that is for her license renewal, yes.
And of the 20 hours, total hours that are required, 5 are for pharmacotherapeutics.
APRNs who hold prescriptive authority are required to have 5 hours of pharmacology CE, including the Arkansas laws and rules and professional boundaries and opioid prescribing. And so, which is why we have the 2 courses we created so they can get that content required by rule.
And that rule is found in 17 CAR section 121-704.
Let me confirm because I don't know the number off the top of my head, but that sounds about right. You said what was it again?
I have 17 CAR section 121-704.
704. I don't have that copy. Can I look at yours?
I can find it.
I have a
You want
copy
to
if
keep
you would
going?
like that.
That's APRN section. I'll tell you now, section 121 is RN LPN, so license requirements. The APRN requirements are going to be in section 123.
Okay. Do you have a copy of 121?
We can get it. Let's see. So 121-704. Again, this section of the rules, part 121 is for RN LPNs, but it does state the continuing education requirements, and that's where the 15 hours of practice focused content or national certification is allowed for license renewal.
Okay.
Not refer to prescriptive authority.
Okay. To refer to 17 CAR section 121-704 subsection A2.
121-704A2. Certification or recertification of the renewal period by a national certifying body recognized by the board. Is that the piece you were referring to?
No, ma'am. It begins effective January 1st, 2010.
Oh, number 2. I'm sorry. I see that now. Effective January 1st, 2010, APRNs with prescriptive authority shall complete 5 contact hours of pharmacotherapeutic continuing education in the APRN's area of certification, each biennium prior to the license renewal. Yes.
Okay. And that would be the reference to the 5 hours of pharmacotherapeutic CE requirements.
It references it, but part 123 is more specific. Let me find it for you.
Okay. And I believe it would be 17 CAR, section 123-207, subsection H1 and 2.
Yeah, David had it flagged. Yes, so in 117 CAR 123-207 H2 says 2 of the 5 hours must contain information related to maintaining professional boundaries and the prescribing rules and laws that apply to APRNs in the state. So that's where the 2 mandatory modules come in.
Okay. And these rules, how they're written, they don't actually provide the name of the course, specifically the name of the course that Ms. Calais was being accused of not completing prior to the 2024 renewal cycle, right?
Right, it just includes the content, not the names of the courses.
Okay. So Ms. Calais had to complete 20 total hours of CE, 5 of which had to be in the area of pharmacotherapeutics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And 2 of those 5 hours of pharmacotherapeutics had to be related to maintaining professional boundaries and the prescribing rules and laws that apply to APRNs in the state of Arkansas.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Calais actually had 50 total continuing education hours posted to CE Broker for the 2024 renewal cycle, correct?
She did, I believe.
And that's more than double the requirement, correct?
Yes, but it wasn't the mandatory courses that are required, which was told to her in the 2022 letter of warning.
Okay. And of those 50 total hours she had completed, 13 of them were in the area of pharmacotherapeutics, correct?
I'm assuming I did not fault her for the remaining 2 hours of the 5 hours of pharmacology, only the 2 mandatory courses.
Okay, but you would not dispute that, and it's part of one of the attachments on your letter of reprimand appeal report, but you wouldn't dispute that it shows that she completed 13 CE hours in the area of pharmacotherapeutics?
Oh, no, sir, not at all. And she holds national certification, which is required for her licensure anyway. So no, she has plenty of CE.
And so the only item that your report identifies that was missing prior to her 2024 renewal was this single course, 1-hour course, prescription drug abuse and misuse, correct?
So let me get my documents straight here. So after her 2022 letter of warning that was issued, she had never completed the 2 courses with her 2022 renewal. It is an error on my part that those were never completed and she was.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. The question I asked is the one single 1-hour course that she had not completed that your report flagged was prescription drug abuse and misuse.
But I was saying, she also never completed advanced practice nursing in Arkansas for her 2024 renewal. When she completed it, she never completed it for the 2022 cycle.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Your report does not identify that issue, right? It's just about the 1-hour course.
Right. Well, she did not have the course after she was told to complete it.
Okay. And that 1-hour course that your report flagged, that was, it concerned controlled substances, is correct?
Yes, it's prescription drug abuse and misuse.
For the 2024 renewal cycle, one of the courses that Ms. Calais completed was a course titled Responsible and Effective Opioid Prescribing. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at what she submitted. Yes, I do see that course referenced on her CE Broker transcript on attachment 7.
Okay, and that was a 3-hour course, right?
It is, yes.
Ms. Calais also completed a 10-hour course in palliative care and pain management at the end of life, correct?
I see, yes, I do see that. She completed that as well on August 8th of 2024 on attachment 6.
And CE Broker, this is an online system that the board uses to track uses to track licensees continuing education, right?
It's primarily used to house the 2 modules that we provide, and then nurses have the option to use it to track their CE.
Okay, and the board, and you and the board staff actually recommend to nurses to rely on the CE Broker platform, correct?
We require them to register so they can access the courses, but that's as far as we go with CE Broker.
Okay, have you told nurses that they should be using the CE Broker platform?
So they have to use it to complete the mandatory courses. It's up to them to track their CE and CE broker if they wish.
Okay, so in other words, it is a platform that you guys recommend and require nurses to use.
We don't require them to track their CE. We just tell them they can if they wish, but we use it to track R2 modules, house R2 modules, and this to show completion of R2 modules.
Okay, and in the 2022 renewal cycle, after that letter of warning, you actually told Ms. Calais to rely on the CE broker platform, correct?
I don't recall telling her to rely on the platform.
On Ms. Calais' CE broker account for the 24 renewal cycle, the compliance status read, I think verbatim, complete 100%, correct?
I'd have to look at that piece. I don't have that piece of her transcript, but again, it was only for her license renewal, not for her prescriptive authority. That was in your exhibits you all presented yesterday. Is that right, Mr.
Yes,
Stevens?
ma'am. We marked it Exhibit A. Do you have a copy in front of you?
Yeah.
I have
I'll
an
look at
extra one if you need one.
Mr. Dawson's.
I've marked on my copy, but
That's fine.
we can print off another clean copy. Put it in.
This one, I can use this one. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. It does show that she completed the 20 hours, which again is for her license and not for her prescriptive authority.
Okay. And does the board have, I believe the board should have some of the exhibits we sent to Mr. Dawson.
We have them all. Yes, sir,
Okay.
Mr. Stevens.
So this would be the one that's, I think, it's marked Exhibit A, CE broker transcript. Okay, so referring to this Exhibit A, this shows that Ms. Calais at the top, it says complete 100%. It's in green, correct?
It does show that, yes.
Okay, and also below that states 0 hours needed, correct?
It does say that, yes.
And so the CE broker system did not display any line item or deficiency for a course entitled Prescription Drug Abuse and Misuse, correct?
It does not.
And so the system that the board recommended did not flag this particular course as missing, correct?
It did not flag the course, but this is not recommended. We only use it to house our modules and they can use the tracking if they wish.
And so a licensee like Ms. Calais, who's looking at this CE broker platform, in this particular screenshot on Exhibit A, they would see that they have 100% of their CE completed, correct?
They could assume that, but they could also see in the renewal application when it outlines the 2 courses and in the previous warning that was issued that she was told both courses are required prior to each renewal.
Okay, let's turn to that application then. I have this marked as Exhibit B.
Oh, is it the same as mine? You said Exhibit B. I'll look at his.
Mr. Dawson, have we already marked these as the respondents exhibits? Like, did we do that, offer them in earlier, or do we need to do that now? Was that part of what we
yes,
did initially?
Yes, well, I just said I didn't object to them coming in. I don't, you can enter the whole packet if you want, or you can refer to them one at a time.
Yeah, if the board would allow it, would request that all of the exhibits be admitted at once.
And would that be respondents exhibit 1?
Yes,
Or, okay,
yes,
okay,
and no objection.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Mr. Stevens, I believe you had a question.
Yes, ma'am. So Dr. McKinney, if you'll turn to the renewal application that Ms. Calais submitted on August 14th, 2024.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I have it.
Okay. And this is, can you confirm this is the actual renewal application that the board received for Ms. Calais on August 14th, 2024?
Yes, this is the PDF generated copy of her renewal application.
Okay. And the first page appears to have application general instructions, correct?
It does.
Okay. Down towards the bottom of that first page, I think maybe the last bullet point there, it states that, I'm sorry, the last sub bullet point, so it's the very bottom.
Mhm.
If it is your first renewal since issuance of prescriptive authority, you must take an additional 1 credit hour of continuing education related to prescription use and abuse. You see that?
I do.
This was 2024 application was not Ms. Calay's first renewal, correct?
It was not.
And this first page does not list the exact title for the 1-hour mandatory course, correct?
It is not.
It just lists the general subject matter of prescription use and abuse, correct?
It does.
And there are multiple continuing education courses out there that would that a licensee would have access to that would cover the topic of prescription drug abuse and misuse, right?
There could be, yes.
In fact, the opioid prescribing course that Ms. Calais took would cover that topic,
I
correct?
can't speak without reviewing the content of the course, but based on the title, it possibly could, but I would have to review the content of the course.
Okay, so you're not actually familiar with the content of the course that Ms. Calais took on opioid prescribing for that 2024 renewal cycle?
The only information I have is what she entered into CE Broker and the completion certificate.
Okay. And you're not familiar with the content of the other pharmacotherapeutic course that Ms. Calais took on, I believe it was palliative care and end of life pain management.
I only have what she put in CE Broker in the certificate.
On question 9 on the application, page 8.
Uh-huh.
This is the question that, well, it's the reason why we're here today, right?
Sure.
Okay. This question, well, what's your understanding of what this question is asking for?
It's asking if they've met the CE requirements for the previous 24 months. And then it outlines for APRNs what the requirements include, which is maintenance of their certification and RN license, the pharmacology hours, including the 2 related to boundaries, and then the attain 3 hours of the prescribing education, which also includes the boundaries as well. So the 2 different pieces there.
Okay. And that would be under the last part you mentioned, under 3, prescriptive authority, 5 hours of pharmacotherapeutics, CE in the APRN's area of certification each biennium prior to license renewal. And 2 of those 5 hours have to contain information relating to professional boundaries and the prescribing rules and regulations and laws in Arkansas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then B was the APRNs issued a certificate of prescriptive authority for APRNs that are issued a certificate of prescriptive authority. They have to obtain 3 hours of prescribing education, which includes information related to maintaining professional boundaries and the prescribing rules and regulations and laws that apply to APRNs in Arkansas. Is that correct?
That's what that says, yes.
Okay. And so the applicant, in this case, Ms. Calais, is being asked to certify that they have done that, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And she answered yes on this. You see that?
She did.
Okay. Question 9, nowhere in question 9 does it actually name the specific required course, the 1-hour mandatory course, prescription drug abuse and misuse, correct?
It does not. We don't have specific titles in the instructions.
Okay. Are you aware of any conversation with Ms. Calais that you had or anyone on the board staff had concerning her concerning whether she had met the CE renewal requirements prior to the 2024 application?
I don't recall speaking with her. I could have, I just don't recall. I had correspondence in the message center about not completing the 2 courses. But other than that, I don't really remember any other communication.
Okay, and that would have been after she submitted the application, right?
It would have when she was selected for audit, either the first time and or the second time.
No one reached out to her to notify her that she was missing this 1-hour mandatory course, prescription drug abuse and misuse, correct?
No, we don't notify anyone, and we don't look even until they're selected for audit.
Okay. When a renewal application comes in, the board processes it, correct?
Yes, board staff processes it. Yes, sir.
Would you know for this application that came in August 14th, 2024, approximately when this would have been processed?
Usually they are processed by the renewal staff, I would guess within 24 to 48 hours.
Okay. And Miss Calay's renewal was required to be done by, is it September 1st? of 2020?
Usually the last day of their birth month, so it would have been the 30th. If she was a September renewal, it would have been, she would have needed to renew by the September 30th.
September 30th, okay.
Mhm.
Or if it's August.
Right, yeah, I think that she was a September expiration date.
Okay.
That's why I said September.
Okay. So there would be a window, I guess, but a 24 to 48 hour window between when she submitted the application and when the board would have processed it, correct?
Roughly, that's just a guesstimate because it's processed by other staff.
Okay. And then there would have been a 46-day window, I guess, between when she submitted the application and when her application was actually due for renewal, correct?
Right, she submitted her application within the 60-day renewal window, so she renewed early, I guess you could say, prior to her expiration date.
And if the board, when it's reviewing an application that has been submitted in the processing stage, could they reach out to the nurse to notify them that, hey, you're deficient here? You're missing a 1 hour course.
Nurses aren't required to list their CE in their applications. They just check the attestation, so we do not verify a CE unless they are selected for audit.
Okay. The board has access to the CE that has been submitted, correct?
Not the renewal staff. I know I have access to it in my role, as well as the assistant director for licensure and education and her staff that complete audits on the RN LPN side. Other than that, I'm not sure who has access to CE broker.
Okay. So at least some people.
There are staff, yes, sir.
That have access to what CE the nurse had completed prior to the application, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are nurses permitted to amend their application before it's processed?
Not once it's been submitted. If there are errors, then many nurses will send messages through the message center to notify us of the error, which this did not occur in this situation, but has occurred in others.
If the board staff had notified Ms. Calais that she was missing this 1 hour course prior to her application being processed, do you have any evidence that she would not have gone out and completed the 1 hour course?
Well, no, I have no evidence that she wouldn't do it, but she was warned in 2022 to make sure the courses were completed.
And if the board had reached out to her and she had completed the 1 hour course, would there be any false certification allegation that would be brought against her?
If it wasn't completed prior to submitting her renewal, then her application would not be truthful because she had not have met the requirements until after her renewal was submitted.
Okay. In fact, when you did reach out to her after the audit letter, I believe that was sent on October 9th, Ms. Calais pretty quickly went out and completed the course, right?
I believe her CE broker transcript, yours doesn't show, but my copy did show that she had completed that course on October 10th.
And you notified her that same day of the specific course title that she was missing, correct?
I did.
Okay. So she completed it the same day after.
I think I told her the 9th and she did it the 10th, so the next day.
Well, okay. So, and that's a good point. You told her on October 9th she was missing a course, and then and she responded, and then you explained the specific course title that she was missing on October 10th, right?
I did.
And then she completed that course title or that course on October 10th.
She did, yes.
Okay. Okay. And then if you'll refer back to the Exhibit B, the renewal application that Ms. Calais completed on August 14th, 2024, the last page, page 9 out of 10.
Mhm.
There is a box. It's got a green check in it. Green check mark. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you read that, please?
Sure. I affirm that I understand the instructions, terms, and conditions as set forth in this application, and that I'm the person referred to, and I have personally completed this application, and that it is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge. Further, I understand that by submitting this application, it constitutes an agreement with the attestation statement.
Okay. And so as you read, what she's attesting to there is that she completed the application to the best of her knowledge, correct?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay. And you can't read Ms. Calais's mind, right? Right.
No, sir.
Okay. You have no email, text, any other communication in which Ms. Calais tells you or told you that she knew that this 1 hour course was missing when she submitted this application, right?
I can't attest to what she knew, but on her 2022 letter, she was told to take both courses prior to each renewal, and it was not completed until after her second renewal.
So that's not my question. So my question is, do you have any communication, written communication from Ms. Calais telling you that, hey, I knew I didn't have this 1 hour course when I submitted this application?
I mean, I feel like she should have known because it was in her letter of warning and she hadn't completed the course, but that could be my assumption, but I did not know that she did not know. I didn't confirm with her. She did not know.
Well, okay, sorry. My exact question is, do you have any communication from Ms. Calais telling you that she knew she didn't have this course when she submitted the application?
I don't recall other than what may be listed in the message center in some of the attachments. I don't remember what all, but it would all have been done after the fact, not before her application. So no communication prior to her renewal.
Well, or even after.
Just,
She tell you that, hey, when I submitted this application.
no, she did not tell me that she knew after she submitted the application. She just completed the course and then moved on, I guess.
Okay. In fact, she specifically told you in those portal messages and in her, I believe, January 19th letter to you that she did not know, when she did not intend to mislead you when she submitted the application, correct?
Let me find those messages in here. I don't remember where they are. I don't recall asking if she intended to anyway. I didn't, oh, here we go. All I see in the correspondence is on October 9th, she said, hello, my CE broker has the transcripts needed. And then I messaged her back later on the 10th and said, I do not see where you completed the second mandatory course, gave her the title and the link to CE broker to get to the course. And then on the 10th, she responded that she satisfied the requirement, or like she had completed the course listed below to satisfy the requirement. But this was all done after her renewal was submitted, nothing prior to her renewal.
Yeah, and in your investigative findings that you quoted from earlier, you actually noted that on January 19th of 2025, respondent sent a letter to the board responding to the letter of reprimand. And in the letter, respondent apologized for misunderstanding and stated in part, it was never my intent to mislead the board in any way. You wrote that, correct?
Yes, it's on attachment 26 in my report, her response, but at this point it was after the fact and the discipline had already been issued.
Okay.
But yes, sir, she did write this after the fact.
Do you have any evidence that Ms. Calais intended to deceive the board in any way?
I do not.
And you're not offering an opinion that Ms. Calais is a dishonest person, are you?
Oh, no, not at all.
And you don't have any evidence that she would have gained anything by not having this, by avoiding this 1 hour mandatory course requirement, right?
Oh, no, sir. I don't know, nothing at all.
Okay, and so the CE deficiency, that 1 hour course was curable within 90 days, correct?
She needed to complete them within 90 days to avoid a penalty, but that should have been completed prior to her renewal to satisfy requirements.
And she did cure it. She completed the course same day that she was notified about it, right?
Yes, after her renewal.
And you were asked earlier by Mr. Dawson that, under the board's rules, a licensee who's found non-compliant is allowed to meet the CE requirement within 90 days of notification, correct?
Right.
And she, by doing it the same day, she obviously fell within that 90-day window, right?
Right, which is why her license and prescriptive authority remain active.
So your position is that even though she cured the CE, the board can still reprimand her for the original statement that she made, right?
That's correct.
And that's your interpretation of the rule?
Yes, sir, based on advice from our legal counsel as well.
One of the grounds in the reprimand is for unprofessional conduct, correct?
Let me refer to that to be sure. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the board's rules define unprofessional conduct as likely to deceive, defraud, or injure the public, correct?
No, that's not correct. We defined unprofessional conduct under 126-102 8Q, I apologize. And it says that it can include engaging in acts of dishonesty which relate to the practice of nursing.
Okay, so you're referring to 17 CAR 126-102, and then
8Q.
Section 8 defines unprofessional conduct, correct?
Yes, and then item Q.
Okay. And there are total of 23, I guess, items under unprofessional conduct, right?
There's a lengthy list under that topic. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you, when you noted that in a letter of reprimand that Ms. Calais was guilty of unprofessional conduct, which specific subsection were you relying on?
126-102 8Q.
Q, okay.
Mhm.
And that is engaging in acts of dishonesty that relate to the practice of nursing.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that any patient was harmed by Ms. Calais?
No, but we did not investigate her practice.
Did you receive any patient complaint about Ms. Calais?
Not that I'm aware of.
In fact, this whole matter arose from a automatic audit, a routine audit, not from any patient care, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not here as an expert on the nursing standard of care?
I'm here to testify on her audit.
Okay. And you're not offering any expert testimony that Ms. Calais' care fell below the standard of care, are you?
Nothing's questioning her care.
Okay, in the course that Ms. Calais missed, prescription drug abuse and misuse, and the opioid prescribing course that she did complete, you're not saying that they address different topics, correct?
I don't know what the other course addresses since it's not one that I developed.
Okay, can you tell the board what specific content is in the prescription drug abuse and misuse?
Oh, I'd have to try to remember. It covers diversion, it covers impairment in staff, and then it covers prescribing rules and laws related to opioids. That's all I remember off the top of my head. It's been a while since I've reviewed it.
Okay, and apologize if I'm belaboring this point, but you can't tell the board that the prescription drug abuse and misuse course contain any different topics or standards or material than the courses that Ms. Calais did take on opioid prescribing.
Without knowing the content outline of the course she did complete, I can't say for certain, but I do know the course we have specifically addresses Arkansas laws and rules, which would not have been addressed in a national course.
Okay, and but you have no evidence that missing this one course made Ms. Calais' practice unsafe, do you?
We aren't questioning her practice.
Okay. In 2022, the board issued Ms. Calais a letter of warning, right?
We did.
And the letter of warning is the board's lowest level of disciplinary action.
Non-disciplinary action, but yes, you could say that.
Okay. It's not formal discipline.
It is, but it's not publicly notified, I guess. We consider it non-disciplinary. It's not publicly reportable. It's just a warning that the requirements were not met.
Okay. And there was no hearing in 2022 relating to that letter of warning, was there?
No, sir, there was not.
And there was no adjudicative finding by the board that Ms. Calais committed fraud in 2022, right?
Only the findings based on her application and the fact the CE was not completed. That's outlined on her letter of warning.
And that was not an adjudication, right? She didn't testify. There was no
Oh.
formal findings.
Just the attestation on her application is all we would have.
Yeah, but no formal findings by the board.
Just the warning, I guess, would be a formal finding, but nothing like this.
Okay. And a letter of warning is not reported to the National Practitioners Data Bank, is it?
That is correct. It's not.
A letter of reprimand is formal discipline though, correct?
It is, yes.
And unlike a letter of warning, a letter of reprimand is reported to the National Practitioner Data Bank, correct?
It is, yes, sir.
And that report would be a permanent feature, and it would be visible to every future employer of Ms. Calais, correct?
That's correct. It is publicly reportable.
Okay. And it would be visible and permanently visible to any patients that Ms. Calais would care for that cared to go look for it, correct?
They would be able to see that, yes.
Ms. Calais fully cooperated with your audit, correct?
She completed the courses after she was notified about it, yes.
And she responded immediately to the audit.
She did respond quickly, it appears, based on the dates.
Ms. Calais has no formal discipline on her license, correct?
Not that we saw when I prepared the report in March of 25.
Okay.
I haven't reviewed her report since then, her history since then.
When you did review that, did you find any formal discipline that Ms. Calais had in any other jurisdiction in which she practices?
That time, no, sir.
Okay, so this entire matter concerns a one continuing education course that Ms. Calais completed within 1 day being told that she was missing it. Actually, the same day that she was told she was missing it, correct?
She was warned in 2022 and again audited in 24 and then complied. So the only reason the reprimand was issued because of the non-compliance in 2022.
Okay, I'm going to refer you back to the board rules briefly, and that'll be my last set of questions.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to ask a broad question here. So in any of the board rules, does the title prescription drug abuse and misuse appear anywhere?
No, the titles are not listed in the rules.
Okay. So the rule, which exact board rule are you saying Ms. Calais violated that was the subject of the letter of reprimand?
That she, let me pull- on her letter, we're stating that she violated the Nurse Practice Act 1787-309A1 and then A6. So A1 is guilty of fraud and deceit in procuring or attempting to procure a license to practice nursing or engage in the practice of nursing without a valid license. And then the A6 is the guilty of unprofessional conduct. And then we did go on to mention in the rules under 17 CAR 123-207H. And so those are the prescriptive authority pharmacology requirements. And again, in her 2022 letter of warning, she was told to complete both courses prior to renewal.
Okay. And 17 CAR 123-207H. We talked about that earlier, correct?
We did, I believe.
Okay. And again, that does not list the name of the course that is the subject of the letter of reprimand, prescription drug abuse and misuse, correct?
Right. There are no titles listed in the rules.
Okay. No further questions.
Board members, do you all have any questions for Dr. McKinney? Maybe.
It's one of those, think about it for a second and then we'll ask. So, hey, Dr. McKinney. So, just quick question. I just want to make sure I'm reading off the application, reading off of our rules. Under renewal and prescription authority, I'm seeing what we've been talking about here, where it says for renewal, the requirements include, this is the 5 hours of farm continuing education in the APRN's area of certification each biennium prior to license renewal. And then it looks like then it talks about 2 of the 5 hours must contain information related to maintaining professional boundaries. So it doesn't give the course and the prescribing rules and regulations that apply to APRNs in Arkansas. So that one says in Arkansas. So it doesn't give the course, but that is covered by the course that she did, looks like in July of 24, the Advanced Practice Nursing in Arkansas 2022. Is that correct? We've updated it since then, but that was the course at that time.
Right. At the time of her renewal, in 2024, that most likely was the current title of that course. It was updated later that year.
And so the other mandatory course covers that other 3 hours of required farm. I'm taking
The opioid content that's required.
Okay, so the 3 hour course, the responsible and effective opioid prescribing, even though it doesn't say titles in our rules, I know that, but so this course that she took looks like before she applied, which was 8/8 of 24, that does not count towards those other 3 hours of requirement?
It wouldn't. So we created our courses to make sure that the nurses have the ability to complete the required content that the legislature set. So without having to review every certificate for every course that nurses submit when they're audited to know the content is covered, I can't just assume by the title the content. And so that's why we have our courses that we created to ensure that the content is being covered, to allow them free accessibility to those courses to meet the rules.
Okay, but that's, okay, all right.
I'd have to review the content outline of the course she completed, and I
We haven't
can't do
done
that. I can't do that on every person. So we developed our courses so we know that those meet the requirements. But you're right, there are no titles in the rules to specify the exact title that needs to be.
Yeah, it just says that they have to have 5 of farm and 2 of them have to be this course. Basically, it doesn't name the course, but that course would be probably the only thing out there that would obtain that. Yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Making sure.
Any additional questions for this witness? Okay, Mr. Dawson, do you have any additional witnesses to call at this time?
I do have crossing, additional
Sure, go ahead.
questions for Dr. McKinney.
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, on that same section that you were just asked about on the application, it's your attachment page 10, but I think it's page 1 of the application.
Uh-huh.
It does instruct them to a link to this mandatory course located on the website, and you click the mandatory button. Is that where they find the mandatory course?
Yes, we have the courses linked on our website through the renewal application links to our website, which will then link them directly to CU Broker to access the 2 courses.
Okay. And that course that she would have been directed to there would have been the same one that was referred to in the 2022 letter of warning?
Yes, both courses would have been linked there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, sir, go ahead.
My mic on? Okay. Just a few follow-up questions if I can.
Yes, sir.
Just on what you just asked. All of the requirement to have 20 hours, 5 of which are pharmacotherapeutics, all of that is mandatory, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what Mr. Dawson was asking you about just now, that first page of the renewal application with the instructions, I had also asked you some questions about that earlier. But when it states that 2 of the 5 hours must contain information related to maintaining professional boundaries and the prescribing rules, regulations, and laws that apply to APRNs in Arkansas, do you have any evidence that the pharmacotherapeutic courses that Ms. Calais took would not apply to APRNs in Arkansas?
It wouldn't be specific to our rules, but without looking at the content outline of any course, I don't know what it would have covered. Can't assume based on the title.
Okay, and the instructions don't actually say specific to APRNs. It says apply to APRNs in Arkansas. So I guess the question I had was the courses that Ms. Calais did take would apply to APRNs in Arkansas, right?
I'd hope she'd complete education relevant to her practice, so I would say yes.
Yeah, and we know they apply because they were counted for her on as part of the total of 50 hours that she took, right?
I'm sure.
Okay, all right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, if there are no other witnesses from Mr. Dawson, then Mr. Stevens, you can now call any witnesses that you'd like to call, or of course, your respondent.
All right, thank you. I'll call Ms. Calais.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, Ms. Calais, would you please introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Obichukwuneme Olanze Kalei. I have been a nurse practitioner since 2018 and got my Arkansas license in 2021.
Yeah, would you walk the board just briefly through your nursing education and credentials?
Yes, so I got my ADN in nursing back in 2010. Then subsequently got my bachelor's, then master's, then went back for a post master's certificate to become a nurse practitioner. I do have national board certification and have maintained that throughout.
And so how long total have you been a licensed nurse?
I've been a licensed nurse for a total of, doing the math in my head, for a total of about 16 years.
And what states are you currently licensed in? And I know there's several, you could just do the best you can to tell the board the states you're currently licensed in and also where you practice.
So I am licensed in Texas, Arkansas, Arizona, Iowa, Idaho, New Hampshire, California, Rhode Island, Virginia, West Virginia. I believe I just got Kentucky and Nevada, Washington, Oregon. There's quite a few of them. I do practice in the state of Texas at a physical clinic, but I also see patients via telemedicine in all of these states that I'm licensed.
And that would include Arkansas.
Yes, yes, it does.
In the 16 years that you've been licensed in various states, have you had any discipline issued against your license?
No discipline issues against my license that I am aware of as of today, except for this one.
When were you first licensed as an APRN in Arkansas?
I believe it was May of 2021.
Would you describe your patients and your practice?
Yes, so in broad terms, in all of the states, most of my patients are the very young all the way to the very old for acute issues, chronic issues, in everything in between. Specifically in Arkansas, I see a lot of older adults, usually in rural areas, via telemedicine for acute and chronic issues.
Have you ever had any malpractice finding, any discipline or against your clinical practice?
No malpractice findings, thankfully, and no disciplines against my license, thankfully, except for this one in Arkansas.
What does your nursing license mean to you?
It means a whole lot. I know we can always go down the livelihood part of things, but a lot of this is I've quite learned a few more information just from listening to Dr. McKinney talk through what would be required and not required. Part of my concern with this letter of reprimand is that those telemedicine patients that this our first sort of introduction to them is via the computer. They can certainly look us up and read all of our information. And I do not think the layperson understands what falsifying information means, and it just discredits their provider, so to speak. And so it really means a whole lot to me that my patients come into our visits with sort of no additional burdens around what kind of care they would receive. And while the letter of reprimand does not question my practice, the patient or the layperson may not be able to discern that. And so that's part of sort of my presentation today or being here today to talk through everything and better understand the process. But it does mean a whole lot. It's amazing to be able to impact patient lives and all that all of us do as nurses, really, and nurse practitioners.
And are you familiar with Arkansas's continuing education requirements for APRNs?
I am.
And
I am, yes.
and those requirements for each renewal cycle, they include pharmacotherapeutic hours, correct?
They do.
And what we've heard today, they include certain mandatory courses that the board has designated, right?
Yes.
For the cycle that ended for you on September 30th of 2024, did you complete continuing education?
I did. Yes.
How much did you complete?
I did complete, or I uploaded 50 hours into CE Broker to meet the required 20 for the state of Arkansas.
Can you tell the board about the courses that you did complete for the 2024 renewal cycle?
So I did, let me just tell you all of the names. So for the 2024, ahead of the 2024 renewal cycle, I did a course on child abuse identification and reporting, the suicide assessment and prevention, the palliative care and pain management at end of life. And then there's like a safe clinical use of fluoroscopy, and then aging and long-term care. There is a course called Responsible and Effective Opioid Prescribing, as well as the Advanced Practice in Arkansas 2022 as well. And then just some more pharmacology CEs from my up-to-date searches during patient care.
Okay, and total of 50 hours completed, way more than the 20-hour minimum, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound like someone trying to avoid CE requirements?
I do not believe so. And again, I was very diligent in the process. I didn't think the audit would be random, so I went back to double check myself and look at CE Broker because I expected that they would look again. It only makes sense.
What is CE Broker?
It's a platform, from my understanding, that both helps us see what's needed. It's also used in other states. It helps you see what's needed, and it does try to point directly to the courses you need by listing them and showing when you have completed or met the requirements for them.
And were you directed to use CE Broker?
To my knowledge, yes, that's what came out of the letter of warning, is to sign up, make sure it's tracked, and keep up with it.
And how exactly were you informed? Were you told by the board to use CE Broker after that 2022 letter of warning episode?
So the CE Broker aspect came out of receiving and reading that message on the portal.
And so before you submitted your 2024 renewal application, you checked CE Broker, correct?
I did, yes.
And what did it show?
It showed that I had completed all of the requirements and showed, 20 hours needed, 20 hours completed, and 0 hours needed. And that's what I relied on.
And when you saw that, what did you understand? 20 hours completed, 50 hours completed, 20 hours needed, 100% completed, the green coloring. What did you take from all of that?
That I had met all the requirements needed to renew my license, and that I can attest yes on my application.
So you didn't have any reason at that point to believe that you were missing anything, right?
I do not know.
And you submitted your renewal application in August of 2024, correct?
I did, yes.
August 14th.
Yes, I did.
In the application, it asked you to attest that you had met the continuing education requirements. How did you answer that?
I answered yes, I had.
And why did you do that?
To the best of my knowledge, at the time, I did believe that I had met all the requirements based on what I was seeing on CE Broker.
Okay. No one from the board or board staff reached out to you prior to you submitting the application to notify you that you were missing a 1-hour course, correct?
No, they did not.
If you'll turn to the application now, and I can hand you a copy. This is our Exhibit B. Would you please read for the board the certification language that you signed? I believe it's on page 9 of the application.
So on page 9, it says, I affirm that I understand the instructions, terms, and conditions as set forth in this application, that I am the person referred to, and I have personally completed this application, and that it is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge. Further, I understand that by submitting this application, it constitutes agreement with the attestation statement.
Okay. And when you put a check mark in that box, did you know that the one mandatory module had not been completed?
No, I did not. I assumed that my conditions had been met to the best of my knowledge. Yes.
Did you intend to deceive the board in any way?
I did not. I would have nothing to gain from that. So no, I did not.
On October 9th, did the board notify you of a continuing education audit?
Yes, they did.
And what did you do when you received that notice?
I sent a screenshot of my CE broker directly back to them to indicate that all of the transcripts or courses needed were completed.
And then what happened next?
I was then made aware that I had not completed an Arkansas-specific prescribing course, and I went back in immediately to complete it and meet those requirements.
And when you say immediately, you completed it the same day, correct?
I did.
October 10th.
I did complete it on October 10th.
Why did you do that so quickly?
So because I do not want to be deficient, I believe that there's reasons for every single rule. And like Dr. McKinney has mentioned, while there are multiple prescribing courses out there, there are none that are state specific, like the one they've created. So I did not want to miss anything. So I went in to complete those.
Okay. What was your understanding? Well, when you submitted the application, you read through the general instructions on it, correct?
I did.
Okay. And if you'll turn back to the general instructions for a second, please. Okay. When you were reading through the general instructions, did you note that there is a section there, the last few bullet points, that talk about an APRN with prescriptive authority needing 5 hours of pharmacotherapeutics continuing education?
Yes, I did. I did read through those. I did double check everything because of the letter of warning. So I went back to look at everything to make sure. From my understanding, the pharmacotherapeutics continuing education seemed to refer to pharmacotherapeutic hours as opposed to a specific course. And today I learned that CE Broker doesn't track that piece. I just heard that information today.
So when you read through the instructions and submitted the application on August 14th, 2024, did you understand there was any difference between the 13, at least maybe the 3 of the 13 pharmacotherapeutic hours that you had taken and the specific mandatory module you heard about today?
No, at the time of my application, I was not aware that there was a specific module required.
And so your understanding was that you had in fact completed the requirements that are on that general instruction page when you submitted the application.
Yes,
In 2022, did you receive a letter of warning from the board?
I did.
And what was that about?
That was also about not completing the professional boundaries course in Arkansas, as well as the state-specific prescribing course in Arkansas.
Did the 2022 letter of warning involve any accusation that you lied or committed fraud?
It does mention fraud in the letter, and it does ask that I go in and complete the courses, I believe, before my next renewal, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. In the 2022 letter of warning, and I will hand you a copy of what we have pre-marked and stipulated 2 as Exhibit H. And actually, I see you have it from Dr. McKinney's report as well. So
do.
you can look at that also. In this letter of warning, does this, does it mention anywhere in here a specific course entitled prescription drug abuse and misuse?
It does not to my knowledge.
Okay. And in the course of receiving this letter of warning and did you interact with the board staff or Dr. McKinney about the issue that was brought up in the letter of warning?
I did not, and I know there were like dates stated as to when things were sent and read. It was my first renewal with Arkansas, so still learning the process. But no interactions about the letter of warning. I think I created CE Broker and uploaded what I had completed.
What prompted you to create an account on CE Broker at that time?
Based on this letter of warning that I received is what prompted the creation of my CE Broker account.
And how did you know to go to CE Broker at that time?
Yeah, it was stated in the letter of warning to create the account and track the
Okay.
CMEs that way.
And so you took that to mean that the deficiencies that were noted in the 2022 letter of warning, one way that you could be proactive about meeting your CE requirements, and that was recommended to you by the board, was to go to CE Broker to keep track of your CE, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then you extensively relied on it for your 2024 application, the next renewal cycle, correct?
I did.
What would a public letter of reprimand mean for you?
At this time, at any time really, it would question credibility, just especially for patients. I believe other boards of nursing are able to completely review it, understand it, know what happened, ask questions if need be. But it's really just a patient-facing side. I completely agree. I did not complete the required continuing education, and all of us in nursing know like there are no excuses. Nobody cares, not your professor, not anyone else. It's your responsibility to look up things and complete them. And so the public letter of reprimand, I believe, would affect patient care, reputation, all of that. But also goes back to at the time of renewal, at the time of application completion, had reviewed all the requirement, believed to have met all the requirements based on what was asked.
Is there anything, you've obviously heard a lot of testimony today from Dr. McKinney, and you've done some work to obviously prepare for the hearing today. Is there anything you would do differently going forward?
I see that on the board website, there's now like a checklist that was created on October 2025, I believe, and that was really helpful. I think in terms of going forward, doing things differently, I even asked, like, can I just send everything before I do my application next time, just to make sure? Mainly because I knew the audit would come, because it doesn't make sense to get a letter of warning you didn't complete something and then not get audited the next renewal cycle. So I felt like I did everything I should have and still missed something. So at this point, I would probably send everything before I renewed to just make sure it was all accurate and what was needed.
Okay, and in any of the other 20 plus possibly states you're licensed in, have you had an issue like this come up?
I have not. Again, interpretation of rules, links to things and all of that is there. So no, I have not.
With any of your applications for licensing or renewal, or any of your communications with board staff through letters or in nursing portal messaging, have you ever lied to the board?
No, I have not.
Have you answered truthfully based on what you knew and what the board's recommended CE Broker platform showed?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Mr. Dawson, questions for the respondent?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Calais.
Hi, Mr. Dawson.
I have just a few questions. And now you're not being charged in the letter of reprimand for failure to complete the CE, that 1 hour CE course. You're being charged with providing false information on the renewal application. So can you understand why the board is very concerned and wants to make sure that that the staff receive information that's not false?
I understand the board needing accurate information. On the NDB, on the data bank codes picked, one of them says failure to complete CE credit. The second one says falsifying patient information. I understand that the board is stating that information provided was not accurate at the time it was provided. And that's the only sort of charge that could be put forward. And so that's part of the ask to re-review and note that at the time of application and the attestation provided, to the best of my knowledge, pharmacotherapeutics course was completed.
Right. And do you understand that the staff have hundreds of applicants and they can't check everything that every applicant, that's why that attestation clause is there. Do you understand why that's important, that the applicant have the responsibility to make sure things are accurate?
I do understand that the responsibility is on the applicant.
Okay. So with that understanding about providing information that's not false, I want to ask you about something that was provided. You had, your first attorney that represented you in this matter was from Boston, correct?
Yes, they were.
And they provided on February 11th, 2025, which is attachment page 27 to Dr. McKinney's report, basically that was their letter requesting an appeal of the letter of reprimand. And they outlined the reasons for the appeal through there. And on their section 4 on attachment page 30, page 4 of their letter, I just want to read a part of it. Now, well, first of all, did you provide the information to them that they used in this report, in this letter?
I did, yes.
Okay, in section 4, it says, the Board of Nursing alleges that Ms. Calais completed the previously required CE requirements only for the purpose of responding to audit notification dated October 9th, 2024. While Ms. Calais completed CE coursework in October of 2024 following submission of a renewal application in August of 2024, she did so under the interpretation that such credit hours would apply to her next renewal cycle, otherwise known as the cycle for 2026-2028. And on attachment page 30 or 26, I'm sorry. That's the letter that you provided to the board. I think it's dated January of 2025, explaining what happened in this incident. And I think what you say here is consistent with your testimony today. It says, upon receiving the notice of noncompliance, this is the second paragraph, I took immediate action to address the issue. I am pleased to inform you that I completed the necessary CE courses on the very same day that I was notified of the noncompliance. So that's two different things. The letter from your attorneys in Boston said that you weren't doing it in response to being told that you didn't complete the 1 hour. You're doing it just to comply with the next 2 years requirement. But you're testifying today that no, you did it. When you got notified, you immediately did it. And so once again, here's a situation to where there's maybe some false information, either on what you're testifying to today or what your attorney said in the letter that you said you gave him the information. So why is there how can the board be assured that you're not going to continue to provide information that's inaccurate or false?
I would object to that line of questioning based on hearsay. The statement from the prior attorney, he's not here today. So I
Well,
don't
because-
believe it would be.
She testified that she gave the information used in this letter to the attorney. It came from her.
And I think that would be fine to ask her about information she provided to the attorney or ask about her own statement. I would object to the other attorney's statement as hearsay.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and allow, Mr. Dawson, you can just go ahead and proceed with the question. I don't think it had to do with the previous attorney. So if
Sure,
there's no
yeah.
objection to the
No
question,
objection to
then
that
we'll
part.
proceed with the questioning to the respondent, Ms. Clay.
Could you re-ask the question?
Yes. What assurances can you give the board that you're going to be serious about providing information that's not false?
So I have no further assurances except double check in with the board to make sure that anything that I do present to them, that they can review it. I understand that there are tons of applicants, tons of applications to review. But given the circumstance here, I much rather double check and that would be the only assurance I could provide, that I would be checking in with them to make sure that things are as I understand them and as they are set forth or interpreted or provided in the rules as well.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for the respondent? No questions? Okay. Okay, with that, Mr. Stevens, do you have additional witnesses to call at this time?
No further witnesses.
And then if there's no other testimony or evidence to be entered, then we can proceed with closing statements. And Mr. Stevens, we'll let you go first if you so wish.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. You've heard testimony today and reviewed some of the exhibits that were admitted for evidence. And I believe it confirms what I said at the outset, that what we have here is, sure, it's a misunderstanding, it's a failing, it's a paperwork gap, obviously, but it's not fraud. It's not intentional dishonesty. And so I'll start with what Dr. McKinney has already testified to and conceded here. She would agree, from what she said earlier, she agrees that Ms. Calais had more than 50 hours of continuing education for the 2024 renewal cycle, more than double what was the minimum requirement of 20 hours. She agreed that the board's own system, or the system that the board has notified licensees that they can rely on, CE Broker, showed that Ms. Calais was 100% complete on CE requirements for that renewal cycle. And then it did not display the missing course, which is the reason why we're here today. She agreed that neither the application, neither the statutes, nor the board's rules ever identify the specific name of the course that Ms. Calais is being faulted for not completing, prescription drug abuse and misuse. And she agreed that as soon as Ms. Calais was notified about that missing course, she completed it. It was 1 hour. It kind of beggars belief that someone would go out and do 50 hours and then intentionally try to not take the 1 hour course. And that is reinforced by the fact that she did immediately take that 1 hour course when she was notified of it. So this case does not fit the anatomy of a fraud case. It's not an intentional deceptive act that, which is what the Mr. Dawson and Dr. McKinney are asking this board to publicly find. Instead, it's an honest mistake, and it was a failing. Ms. Calais has readily admitted that. She understands that now. And she promptly corrected it, and she, going forward, has fully intends on complying with all of her CE requirements, not only in Arkansas, but in the other dozens of states she's licensed in. So on intent, which is the heart of the case, what they need to prove, the charge is fraud and deceit, intentional dishonesty, right? Under Arkansas law, fraud is never presumed. It has to be proven, and it has to require a knowing falsehood made with the intent to deceive. Dr. McKinney can't read Ms. Calay's mind. Ms. Calay herself has testified that she did not intend to deceive. There is no evidence, no email, no message, no communication, nothing to show that Ms. Calay knew the course was missing when she submitted the application and then lied about it, intentionally lied about it. And what the evidence actually shows is the reverse. It's a nurse who relied on the board's own system, read through the application, read through the instructions, was aware of what the requirements that were out there that were published in the statutes and rules, and relied on the CE broker platform telling her that she had finished her CE. And a person who intends to deceive does not, over complete her education, go get 50 hours, and then fix the 1 hour gap within a day of being asked. And I think on the course requirement, mandatory course requirement itself, I was certainly confused over it when I read through it. I was, hopefully enlightened by Dr. McKinney in some phone conversations, but I can see, and I think the board can probably see why this could be a confusing issue, and that it's an issue that's confusing based on the system that was set up, and not only Ms. Calay's fault. Now, again, Ms. Calay had some failings here, and she has readily admitted that. The renewal application itself, question 9, the certification she's charged with lying about, it does not specifically name the course. And then she goes to attest to it, and she says, yeah, it's true to the best of my knowledge. In fact, she had completed 13 hours of pharmacological and prescribing coursework for that renewal cycle. And that, I think, is an honest, kind of reinforces this theme. This is it's an honest mistake, right? And I want to, and so that's the heart of our case. But just for preserve the record, I wanted to make a few other legal points. One would be on due process and fair notice. And I'm sorry, before I do that, I want to point out an Arkansas published case from the Court of Appeals. This would be Arkansas State Board of Nursing v. Jody Marie Morrison. Case citation is 88 ARCAP 202. In the Southwest Reporter, it's 197 Southwest 3rd 16. It's a 2004 case in which a nurse, Ms. Morrison, was accused of, she had been actually placed on probation related to this, but accused of unprofessional conduct. The facts of the case are not on point with this one, but the law that was stated there, I think, is helpful. The court there says that an administrative agency must make findings on the issue of intent when the applicable statute or regulation so requires. And again, what I said earlier, in Arkansas, anytime there's an allegation of fraud, there's a specific rule of civil procedure, Rule 9. You have to plead it with particularity. You have to actually show the intent, which is like the scientor requirement for that term. So in this Morrison case, they say that an administrative agency has to actually make findings on the issue of intent when the applicable statute or regulation so requires. And it goes on to state that in this context, we believe that appellee was conceding only the act or omission, not that it fell below the standard of care, which is that unprofessional conduct accusation, or that it was done with the requisite intent. As such, the board's decision was made in excess of its statutory authority, and the circuit court was correct to reverse the board. And so the other legal points I wanted to make would be on Ms. Calay's due process rights, both under the state and federal constitutions. So the state cannot penalize a licensee for failing a requirement that it did not communicate with reasonable clarity between an application that ties the course to a first renewal, an issue that did not come up in Ms. Calay's testimony, but did in Dr. McKinney's, and a certification question that did not specifically identify the course, and then a CE broker platform recommended by the board that showed that she was 100% complete on her CE requirements. I would argue that Ms. Calais was not given fair and reasonable notice that she was non-compliant, so I wanted to preserve that objection for the record. The second due process issue I wanted to preserve would be on the burden of proof. A finding of fraud that's reported to a national data bank imposes a permanent stigma on the nurse's career and reputation. And a charge of that gravity has to be supported by clear and convincing evidence of a knowing, intentional falsehood. We don't believe the board staff has met the preponderance standard, let alone a clear and convincing standard. So I wanted to preserve that objection. And third thing is proportionality. Even if the board found a technical deficiency, and maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't, but a permanent publicly reported letter of reprimand for a single, admittedly a curable offense for a 1-hour course is so disproportionate to the conduct that I believe it would be arbitrary. And so the punishment wouldn't fit, and there's no evidence that any patient of Ms. Calais was ever placed at risk by her, by that alleged conduct here. Just in wrapping up, Ms. Calais has been a licensed professional for 16 years, no history of patient harm, no history of any other licensing failures from any other state. She did her hours, 50 of them. She trusted the board's own records, and she fixed the one gap immediately, the same day. And I believe that conduct deserves, correction at most, and not a permanent mark of fraud that would impugn her credibility with other licensing states, other providers, and other patients that she might treat in the future. So we would respectfully ask the board to rescind the letter of reprimand, and in the alternative, we would ask that any action be reduced to a non-public and non-reportable resolution that reflects what actually happened here, which was an honest mistake that was promptly cured. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Dawson, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes. With regard to the charge was a violation of A1, and the rules define what fraud or deceit means in the context of the Nurse Practice Act. Under 17 CAR section 126-102, it says fraud and deceit shall include but not be limited to A, false representation of facts on an application for renewal. It includes other applications, but this renewal application. There's no mention of intent in that definition. It's to comply with the definition with the rules is it needs to be false representation of facts. And I think the respondents have actually, conceded that yes, it was not accurate. And so, I've mentioned, I think with some of my questions that it's very important that the board receive accurate information. The staff with hundreds and thousands of applicants cannot go back and double check. That's why the questions are asked on that application, and they need to rely upon that being not false. And the letter of warning in this case should have caused concerns for the respondent to make sure before she submitted that application that the application was completely accurate and there was no false information on that application. warning letters, you know, she argued she was confused and that she didn't understand the instructions but she got a warning. That's why a warning letter is issued the first time, and not a reprimand right off the bat the first time. In this case, I think what kind of, allows it to get over that threshold when Mr. Stevens argued that about the punishment being arbitrary. I don't think so, because it's the same fact situation as the letter of warning. And with regard to the due process argument, I know he's just making, he's required, if he's going to appeal, he is required to make sure he presents that argument to the board for its consideration, or else he can't bring it up on appeal. But I don't agree with when he says that he kept talking about fraud has to be show intent. No, according to the definitions of the board's rules, intent is not an element. It has false representation of facts. So you don't have to go all the way up to the clear and convincing standard of evidence, which is, if you've heard, like in criminal cases, you know, has to be a very high standard. The law is clear that in administrative hearings in Arkansas, a preponderance of the evidence is what the burden of proof is, what the staff is, what I have, the burden of proof that I have. And that's just more likely than not. If it tips the scales a little bit, then it satisfies the preponderance of the evidence standard. So the board does have, you've heard the testimony about her claiming to be confused and claiming to be, you know, no intent. And on the other hand, she was warned about it. She should have been a little extra careful and not provide false information. So that's what the board must consider to determine whether or not to uphold the letter of reprimand that was issued. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, the board is going to go into deliberations. I would just like to remind everyone that once we are in deliberations, there'll be no further input from anyone. You are welcome to stay and listen to deliberations, or you may step out. However, if you do step out, just don't go very far, because a member of the team will come and get you once a decision has been reached. The board is now in deliberations. Something that I know there's a lot of discussion. So one thing I just wanted to kind of refresh everyone on, going back to the very beginning here, the findings of fact and in the order and notice, the two violations that were cited are fraud and deceit, and then the unprofessional conduct. And kind of my immediate thoughts are kind of the two things that I'm considering the most are on the actual renewal application. Yes, it's our responsibility to know that things are mandatory and stuff, but it says 2 of the 5 hours must contain information related to maintaining, and then B is the same thing. Shall obtain this many, which includes information related to maintaining. And it does list those two things, but it does not say these 2 courses. I mean, that it doesn't feel super clear.
So along those lines too, if you look at, I think we kind of, because of the broadness of those statements. So yes, it does say that, and that is directly from the rules. And then also on the instructions, if you look at page 1 of our application, the very last bullet point on page 1, it says the exact same verbiage about and the first bullet point says 2 of the 5 hours must contain information related to maintaining professional boundaries, prescribing rules, and laws that apply to APRNs in Arkansas. The link to this mandatory course is located here, and it gives a link, and click on to do it. So that's regarding the 2-hour course, which she did complete. So she did that part. The more unclear part to me is then on link 2, it says, if it is your first renewal since issuance of prescriptive authority, which this would have been not her first,
sentence, right?
you must take an additional 1 credit hour of continuing ed related to prescription and abuse. And that is, I'm assuming, this course, that they are referring to there, doesn't specify again. And then it says a link to this mandatory course. So it separates both of the courses. And then in our instructions, we give a precursor to that if it's your first issue,
sense.
which really
But
doesn't
are
match
those
the
both
rules
Required? So those are both required. It
If
doesn't
it's
matter
your-
if it's your first renewal.
according to our rules. But then again, we just say in our rules, the verbiage is about the 2 of the 5 is pretty specific, but those following 3, it's not very specific in our rules. I mean, that's that blurb that's on page 8 of the application. That's directly from the rules.
Then when were those links? Did
Can
I
you,
hear something
sorry,
about
Keisha, I'm having
twenty
trouble.
twenty-five? Did I hear? And then her renewal was in 24, was that correct?
Correct.
There's a checklist, I think, that was added.
But not-
In 2020.
Yeah.
Well, we
But
can-
this
That,
is from her application.
I go back to these rules that on H1, it talks about the 5 contact hours of farm. And then, but then 2 is 2 of the 5 must contain information related to maintaining professional boundaries and the prescribing rules that apply to APRNs within the state of Arkansas. Once again, we don't list what those courses are. And then when you were on her application, when she signed it to say, go back to the application piece of it, because
It's-
it's really what our
Mhm.
issue is. So I'm with Philip, the second bullet point is not clear, and then when you scroll down to the question that we're in trouble for, essentially, it does not list that out as clear. So if you took the 2-hour course that says Advanced Practice in Arkansas Professional Boundaries, Nursing Practice, it was a 2022 course, then in my mind, I would say, oh, I've clicked off like Arkansas Boundaries, if there are rules that apply to that. But then the other farm hours, I don't think we're clear on that. I think that is the problem here, and that has been the problem with that. So this updated October 2025 is the reason. You know, this website and all the things on it are not the same as what we're in.
I think, yeah, it can be clearer. I feel I am
I
confused and
feel
very
personally
familiar.
those instructions at the bottom of page 1 of that application muddies it more.
Agree. Agree. Okay, do I hear a
I say we rescind.
motion?
I don't think we have a choice.
Can I
100%.
get a motion in front of me?
Yeah, I'll get one.
So Amy's
Go back.
Yeah.
Best to spell the name. Somebody find the date for the original LOR.
January 17th, 2025.
Oh, before that. Is it? Okay. 1/17/25.
7 or 17, Kathy?
January 17th of 2025 is what I have.
So. Tisha's already got the second.
Something, Ally.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have a motion before the board and it is due to all of the information provided and the findings of fact that the letter of reprimand from January 17th, 2025 will be rescinded. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that motion will carry. The board is now out of deliberations. Let the record reflect that it is 10:30 a.m. and the respondent and her counsel are present in the boardroom. There is a motion before the board that Mrs. Calais, APRN CNP 215521, that it's presented and the allegations contained in the order of notice of hearing that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing will rescind the letter of reprimand issued on January 17th of 2025, signed by Philip Petty and seconded by Lakeisha Young. The motion carried unanimously. With that, Ms. Calais, you will have 30 days to appeal this decision in Pulaski County Circuit Court or in the Arkansas County in which you reside or do business. There'll be board staff available to answer any additional questions that you may have. We appreciate y'all's time and wish you the best of luck.
Can we, just
Excuse
a
me.
second,
Yes.
sorry, can you tell us what exhibit number this will be? And can we put that on the record that we're,
Thank you.
Number 7.
Is it, oh, because that was 8. Okay, so, yes, thank you. That one now, the case. Exhibit 6 and third time's charm. This will now officially conclude the case of Obuchukwuneme Gonze Calais. I'm so sorry if I heard that.
Phonetically correct.
Thank you for being so gracious and kind.
The word's wrong phonetically.
Good luck. Thank you.
That was very
Okay, y'all want to
distracting.
take a really quick break? Recording. Okay. We are now out of recess, back in session, back in session. We are going to convene the hearing and are before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing in the matter of Tiffany Lorraine Bynum, NCSBN ID 248318082 and RN license number 224030, which is expired. It is June 4th, 2026. The time is 10:44 a.m. and we are located at the Arkansas State Board of Nursing offices. Let the record reflect that the respondent is not present. And I would like to go ahead and start by asking if the state is represented by counsel. You mind saying that one more time?
Yes, David Dawson.
Thank you very much. And the court reporter will now swear in any witnesses that you have, Mr. Dawson.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Mr. Dawson, would you like to go ahead and offer your exhibits?
Yes, I have 5 exhibits. Number 1 is the order and notice of hearing. Number 2 is the Arkansas Nurse Practice Act. Number 3 are the rules of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Number 4 are the Postal Service green cards indicating the notice left for the respondent about today's hearing. Number 5 is Lisa Wooten's hearing report, and move to enter those into evidence.
Be allowed, and you may go ahead and call your first witness, or make an opening statement if you so wish, or go ahead and call your first witness.
Thank you. I'll waive opening statement and call Lisa Wooten.
Lisa Wooten, Assistant Director, Arkansas State Board of Nursing.
Good morning. Would you start by going through the respondent's license history, please?
Yes, Tiffany Lorraine Bynum graduated on May the 4th, 2023 from North Arkansas College in Harrison, Arkansas with her associate degree in nursing. She's been issued Arkansas RN license 224030, a single state license by exam on May 24th, 2020. I have a typo here, 2026, or 2023, excuse me, and it expires on February 28th, 2026. Previous discipline includes in the state of Arkansas, November the 19th, 2025, she entered into a consent agreement for probation for 1 year for violation of ACA 1787-309A6, and there's no other license or disciplinary history reported in nurses.
Is there also a current investigation being conducted regarding respondent's practice?
Yes, we received a new complaint that she was arrested and charged with theft of property, and that's currently being under investigation.
But no, nothing, no charges or anything been issued yet on that?
No,
And
no
to-
convictions.
And today we're here about her failure to comply with the November 2025 consent agreement.
Yes.
Exhibit number 5 is a report, hearing report that you produced. Does that report contain the information regarding the failure to comply?
Yes, it does.
All right, if you would, go through your report and explain to the board why the respondent has not complied with the consent agreement.
Okay.
Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me. Was an order notice for today's hearing actually a letter 6 weeks ahead of time sent to the respondent, giving them notice of the date, and then an actual order notice, which is exhibit number 1, mailed by certified mail to the respondent?
Yes, we sent the initial hearing letter by regular mail, certified mail, and through the nurse portal. She has not viewed it in the portal. She refused the certified initial hearing letter on May 18th, 2026, and the initial hearing letter has not been returned. The order and notice, she did not view it in the portal. However, she refused the certified on 5/18/26. And so we sent it by process server, and we have not had any response back from the process server on that.
Thank you. Now, if you would go through your report and explain the areas of noncompliance.
Sure. If you'll refer to attachments 1 through 35, on November 19th, 2025, the Arkansas State Board of Nursing ratified a consent agreement placing respondents' LPN licensure on probation for 1 year for violation of ACA 1787-309A6. And ASBN Rules 17 CAR 126 102 8P based on the following findings of fact. Respondent is the holder of Arkansas RN license 224030. On July 11th, 2024, the board received a complaint against respondent from a coworker at Mercy Hospital in Rogers, Arkansas. The complaint stated that respondent's behavior was super erratic, anxious, and along with singing and dancing in the hallway and constant pacing. Her employer requested a for-cause drug screen for suspected impairment at work. Respondent refused the drug screen and was later terminated. On June 19th, 2024, respondent was terminated for refusing alcohol and/or drug testing at Mercy Hospital in Rogers, Arkansas. Respondent received a verbal warning and coaching regarding attendance issue on June 6, 2024 and June 16, 2024. On April 14, 2025, respondent was terminated from ArcCare in Searcy, Arkansas for unprofessional conduct in the workplace. ASBN sent respondent a compliance packet via the ASBN nurse portal and USPS certified mail to her last known address on file with ASBN. Respondent failed to view the document sent through the portal. The certified mail was returned by USPS on February 4th, 2026, marked return to sender unclaimed. If you'll refer to attachments 36 through 41, on December 17th, 2026, respondent failed to activate her monitoring account in Affinity and is 100% non-compliant with her consent agreement. Staff attempted to reach respondent by phone, email, and through the nurse portal. If you'll refer to attachments 42 through 45, on April 23rd, 2026, respondent was notified her case was scheduled for hearing. She was notified via the ASBN nurse portal, the USPS certified mail to her last known address on file with ASBN. Respondent failed to view the document sent through the nurse portal. The certified mail is being returned, remarked unclaimed, and as of the date of this report, respondent has not signed for the mail or contacted ASBN. And that concludes my report.
So after the consent agreement was ratified in November, respondent quit communicating with board staff and her license expired without being renewed at the end of February?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Board members, any questions for the witness? Okay. Mr. Dawson, do you have any additional witnesses to call?
No.
Okay, and would you like to make a closing statement?
No, I think the evidence is clear that she's failed to comply, and there's a reason for the consent agreement the first time, and so she needs to comply before she'll be allowed to renew her license.
Thank you very much. At this time, if there's no other evidence or testimony to be entered, the board will go into deliberations. The board is now in deliberations. And we have A68T, I think very clear evidence, non-compliance. Do I hear a motion?
Yep, suspend until.
Is it
That's,
is there a new one that's like the,
we still write that one in, I think, unless we.
Okay.
It's-
you could just do write it in until, what would it be, suspend until communication or,
So with this one, you'll
Compliance.
You'll need to do like, a length of time, like suspend until they have complied.
you can, I think you can do a write in if you want, Tabby, right? No, sorry, like a K,
Yeah. Well, is it K now?
or I don't know.
This
Or do
is
y'all,
this one.
or do you think it should be the
B.
Yeah, would it be better in this case to do a new, like, suspension for this long?
for a year followed by X
Or-
amount of drug probation?
But if we do suspend until, if she never comes back to the table,
Then we don't have to deal with it.
we don't
or
have to deal
monitoring
with the
her
non-compliance of the suspension too.
or probation.
I think we write in a suspended until compliant for X amount
Well, can you not just do compliant with the consent agreement? She never even started the consent agreement. So suspend until, or suspend for a year and then she's eligible to,
Only thing I, yeah.
should I ask the question before we went into deliberation?
Wouldn't come out.
Can you answer questions like, okay, yes, we're gonna come out of deliberations. The board is out of deliberations. Help.
You can suspend until she appears before the board, or you can suspend for a certain amount of time, followed by probation for a certain amount of time. If she never complies with the probation, her license stays suspended forever.
So we can do that, B then. So we can do a suspend for,
Okay, hang on, before you keep talking. Any other questions before we go back into deliberations? Okay. We are back in deliberations.
I don't think, oh, now it's on. So suspend for,
A year. 2 years.
I think we
Okay.
need to suspend her and have her appear before the board. She's never going to appear before the board. It's better than writing out 2-year suspension followed up with so many
Plus, when
probation.
she's in probation, somebody's having to
Yeah, and.
do the work of
Right. and
monitoring.
They're
okay,
having to.
let's say that again. I was,
Suspend
Suspend.
until she appears before the board. So this would be a write-in. We're just really confusing the heck out of you.
Yeah.
Put that up. Put your pen down, Tabby.
Yeah, it's okay if this.
Get it
Give
up.
me. Here, Tabby, I'll do it.
let's do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, got me lots of them. Okay, so
Suspend.
This one.
I don't think she's ever.
okay, suspend until appearance before the board.
Yes.
Okay. Um. Does it read on, can I borrow that one? The D.
So they're gonna be here. So let's continue. They'll come back in.
Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. Where's that tabby girl? And then. I'm gonna. Okay, we have a motion before the board that the respondent's license be suspended until her appearance before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Signed by Ally Barker, seconded by Lancaster. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The board is now out of deliberations. There is a motion before the board, and that motion is that Tiffany Bynum, NCSBN ID 248318082 and RN license number 224030, which is expired, be suspended until her appearance before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion will carry. Let the record reflect that it is 10:57 a.m. and the respondent is not present in the boardroom. Mrs. Bynum will have 30 days to appeal this decision in Pulaski County Circuit Court or in the Arkansas County in which she resides or does business. I need to offer the motion before the board into as Exhibit 6. This will conclude the case of Tiffany Lorraine Bynum. Okay, guys, we are going to do, I think we only have like 2 consent agreements, if you guys are okay with doing those real quick. Jennifer, is now an okay time? Are you ready? Okay. And then Tabby, here's your extras, ma'am, for your binder. Thank you for giving us.
Display.
Oh, are we both on? Yeah. that's fine. You pull your computer. I may need you. You can be my person. That's good. That works. All right. Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so our first one is Lance Michael Harrell, license number A003149, prescriptive authority certification 3042, and license R045478. Okay, for this respondent, just a little back history on him. He had a collaborating agreement. He's been in a collaborative practice with two doctors, but the last one in September of 2025, he had a collaborative practice with Dr. Hashimi. I could be saying that wrong, but underneath his agreement, he was only allowed to prescribe Schedule 3 through 5 under the Controlled Substance Act, and he was not allowed to prescribe hydrocodone combination products from Schedule 2 of the Controlled Substance Act. This APRN also was working at Coast to Coast Medical in West Memphis, Arkansas. He owns his own clinic, so just to kind of put that in there in perspective. So what happened is on or about December 21st of 2023, the board received an anonymous complaint saying that this clinic has been giving out semaglutide as a weight loss shots to patients for $55 a shot. And this moves on to say that there was no labeling and no specific dispensing process. And they stress some concerns about that. And also, they also brought up the fact that the clinic dispenses a lot of opiates and high-risk drug combinations. So that is what initially started our investigation on this particular individual. The board investigator reviewed 18 patient medical records that were collected from Coast to Coast Medical Clinic. And this is, y'all have seen it's long. So I'm going to hit the highlights. I'm not going to read through all of it because we'd be here past lunch. But the first one I'm just going to hit is at February 21st of 2024. We had the respondent had a documented visit with patient CS. And then according to the medical records, patient PS signed a semaglutide assisted weight loss program consent form. And the medical record did not document a complete medical history, physical exam, by respondent diagnosis, height, weight, BMI, blood pressure, heart rate, and laboratory testing, and provider orders or copies of prescriptions. And so that's a violation of the Board Rule 17 CAR 126-1028, which is the unprofessional conduct, and also Board Rule 17 CAR 123 CO4E and F. Which the details of those are in the actual description. Okay. Also, there was similar to patient CS, so patient KH had another one was a semaglutide assisted weight loss treatment program consent form that also did not document a complete medical history and physical exam. So we had 2 cases of that sort of that. Then on June 20th of 2024, respondent inpatient AW signed a tirzepatide and semaglutide consent treatment form. And the medical records essentially did not contain the documentation that was needed based on the rules of 17 CAR 126 CO4E and F. And I'll read that now that I've gone through the first time. And that one, that APRN shall note prescriptions on a medical client's medical record and include the following information: medication strength, dose, amount prescribed, directions for use, number of refills, and initials or signature of APRN. And then also F is that the APRN will keep accurate records to include the medical history, physical exam, other evaluations and consultations, and the treatment plan objective, and then informed consent noted in the patient record, treatment, medications given in agreements with the patient, and periodical reviews. And then we had another case similar to that that also happened in May 2nd of 2024. And then for that issue. Then on October 2nd of 2025, we had a patient, AW, where it was 83-year-old male with a complete chief complaint of IV fluids, weakness, and fatigue. The issue was they did an assessment and plan. The issue is that the laboratory results and documentation of medical administration were not located in the medical record, and that is a violation of 17 CAR 126-1028. So it was failing to accurately and report and document the medical records. And so we had several other cases of that. So I'm going to skip on to the other issue that became that respondent was prescribed a patient KJ on from June 7th of 2023 to November 3rd of 2025, and it's alprazolam, caresoprodol, and hydrocodone. And that ends up being the Holy Trinity, which includes one opiate, one benzo, and then that caresoprodol, which is considered to be highly prescribed in cases of drug diversion and abuse. And that is an issue which we brought up. So we consider that to be a violation of Rule 17 CAR 126-102AE and 17 CAR 126-1028B. And so we also had some just more issues with medical documentation that we also had some issues with. And then let me see, make sure I hit everything. And then we also had the issue of a violation of 17 CAR 126-102-8V, which we consider it to be a problem performing a healthcare act related that is prohibited by statute or rule. And what was the issue is that the board investigators noticed that the respondent's clinic had several clients' prescriptions that were delivered to the clinic for the clients. And then that is a violation to do that. So those are the issues that we had at hand. So for what our recommendations are for him this is a practice-only consent agreement for 2 years. The courses would be the Vanderbilt prescribing course, and then the case restaurant, medical documentations, clinical, legal, and economic implications for healthcare providers. For that is that while on probation, respondent would only prescribe non-controlled legend medications until he completes that Vanderbilt prescribing controlled drugs APN course. After completion of that Vanderbilt prescribing course, he can request controlled substance prescriptive authority that Shannon will review and see if he's ready for it. So that's what it is for that one. And then his prescribing activity will be monitored by the board staff during the time period of his probation. We also gave him a fine of a civil penalty of $1,000 and $1,500. So the other issues is that he does own his own clinic. So for supervision, we had a particular way of doing supervision for this. And so how it works is that his collaborating physician will be his supervisor in a sense. And so the respondent will have to submit documentation of collaborating physician chart reviews to make sure that they're in compliance. So that's what we're doing to make sure he gets some supervision, because literally he works for himself. So there's not really any way for anybody to really have a supervisor for him. Are there any other questions or concerns?
Same position that it was, or?
I believe so, but we're going to double check that.
Concern, or maybe even just a question, is if he was doing all this under his current collaborating physician, and now we're just going to use that same collaborating physician to be the one that's supervising his probation. Do we trust that they're going to identify?
The medical documentation, I can tell you this, I was going to bring this up. For the medical documentation, I talked to him about this. He was very receptive to this consent agreement. He realized that he had moved from, I think he's kind of like old school, and he was moving into electronic records. And he felt like that was partly like some of the records should have been put there and they weren't. And he realized that that was a mistake. And then also he said that, hey, I documented this stuff, but I put it in the wrong spot. And so I told him, I said, with electronic medical records, if we don't see it in there, when we print that off, then it looks like it's not there. So we had a discussion about that. So I think he's very much aware of where the problems were for that part. Yeah.
With the supervision piece, he is still collaborating with Dr. Hashmi. However, in the consent agreement, we ask for them to provide evidence of the review per their quality assurance plan, which is not something we routinely ask for, but we can if we need to. And so this will just be assurance that the physician is reviewing the charts before. We hope they are, but we're making him prove that he is at this point.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, all right. So we'll move on to, just stay. Okay, so the next one is Jessica Sue Passmore Miller. License number R 0886647. So this one, oh, sorry, R 086647. Thank you. So for her, a board investigation was initiated after the board received a self-report from respondent that she had been convicted of the DWI. On August 22nd of 2024, the respondent entered a plea of guilty for a misdemeanor charge and an Arkansas Code annotated 565103, driving while intoxicated in the District Court of Washington County in Springdale, Arkansas. She was found guilty and sentenced to 90 days jail time with a credit for 1 day served and 89 days to complete, along with drug monitoring, fines, and court cost. Previously, she had already received an LOR on January 21st of 2021, and for pleading no contest, and was convicted of a DWI. So this is not her first DWI situation with us. And then she also had another DWI on October 4th of 2019. So that's kind of her issue for that. We consider this to be a violation of the Nurse Practice Act 1787-309A2. We put her on probation for our recommendations is that we put her on probation for 1 year. The course would be the substance abuse bundle. Also, she would do therapy. She was hesitant to do AA because of some issues with not feeling comfortable with AA, which we've talked about before for that. And there is no a civil penalty for her. Are there any questions? Oh, yeah. Well, actually, her fourth DWI, but yeah.
Any questions? Concerns? Okay. I have a motion before the board that the Arkansas State Board of Nursing ratify the 2 consent agreements presented today by Miss Jennifer Ivory. All in favor? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion will carry.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, real quick before we break for lunch, annual National Council meeting is coming up in August. Of note, the reason that I'm bringing it up is because I would like to not go this year because Emma starts kindergarten, and same with Ashley. Remy's also starting kindergarten, not Remy. Remy, yeah, okay. Oh, and Emily moves to college.
Same week.
Yes. So, if there's anyone that's not impacted by the beginning of the school year or has old kids and doesn't care about the beginning of the school year and would like to go, let me know. For Jason and Katie, National Council annual meeting is more like voting on bylaws. There's less sessions. Can he
Mhm.
participate and vote on our behalf?
Mhm.
Okay,
You
great.
can,
So we,
and Shannon's also able to vote, so we would have 2 voting people, but also.
okay, but if anybody
anyone else
wants to go,
we can
you can't
send-
go and you can be an alternate in case Philip gets food poisoning or has too much fun. I'm just,
Is that on the record? Let's just.
We will. Okay.
he'll be fine to vote. You, okay. But
Chicago.
yeah. And Philip has a great new restaurant recommendation for anyone that does go, so.
These, can we do virtual at all? Like, is that an option?
You can attend virtually, but you can't, like you're voting and
Yeah.
stuff. But yes, absolutely. We can get the, like Philip nerd actually watches all the ones that he doesn't attend. And I'm sure he'd be more than happy to help you do such.
He's hating on Philip today.
So yes, anyone that's interested, we can send up to 2 additional people. If you would like to go, I think the dates are the 17th through the 19th
18th, and then
through the 21st. Okay, so probably 18 through the 21st.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that Wednesday. So. And y'all all know Emma's my favorite, so I can't miss.
That's on the record.
Okay, any other business that we need to do before we recess for lunch? If you can let us know if you want to go by end of the week.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That'll work. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
We're chapter. Okay, all right. Be back here. Our cases will start again at 1 p.m. So try and be back by no later than 12:50, please.
Lunch will be here at 11.
All
Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's try again. Good afternoon. The Board of Nursing is now back in session. This hearing is being recorded, so whenever you are speaking, please just make sure that you're speaking directly into the microphone and all the way towards you. And please wait until you've been recognized to speak. We ask that everyone joining us today silence all of your cell phones. I would like to Begin by reading our mission statement. The mission of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing is to protect the public and act as their advocate by effectively regulating the practice of nursing. I will now convene the hearing. We are currently before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing in the matter of Misty Dawn Stallings, NCSBN ID 219-42676, RN license number R092296, and LPN license number L053080, which is expired. The board is set for today a hearing concerning the matters specified in the order of notice of hearing. I am Allie Barker, president of the board, and I will serve as the presiding officer for this hearing. It is 1:04 p.m. The date is Thursday, June 4th, and this hearing is being held in the offices of the ASBN offices. Is the respondent present today?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And could you say your name into the microphone as well?
Misty Stallings.
Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Stallings, are you represented by counsel today?
No.
Okay. And is the state represented by counsel?
Yes, David Dawson.
The court reporter will now swear in all of the witnesses. Ms. Stallings, if you could stand up and be sworn in as well.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Stallings, I'm going to just briefly go over kind of how this hearing and the proceedings are going to go. This is an administrative proceeding. So the board is going to base its decision solely on the evidence and testimony presented here today. So for that reason, if you have any evidence or testimony or witnesses, anything that you want to be considered as we do make a decision, you need to present that into evidence during the hearing. The board members, again, don't know anything other than what's in the order and notice of hearing, which we're going to confirm you've received, and then what's going to be presented by all of the different witnesses and our counsel. The burden of proving those allegations and charges in the hearing notice is upon the Board of Nursing staff. So they're going to present that evidence, and then they'll have some questions for you. Mr. Dawson might have some questions for you, and then we might have some questions for you. And also you are able to ask questions of any of the witnesses or any of the witnesses. And then of course you can share your testimony. If you have any questions at any time, you can stop us and ask those questions, and of course we'll answer those as we can. And with that, we will confirm, did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can, just briefly, we'll kind of let this serve also as your opening statement, but do you mind, again, just briefly, because you'll have an opportunity to present testimony at a later point, but do you mind telling us what you want to accomplish with this hearing today and why you're here today?
Yes, well, for the most part, everything in here is correct. I was guilty of documentation. But as far as like drug use or any of that, that's just not true. I've never actually refused a drug test, nor will I. And so that's just.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Dawson, I will let you go ahead and offer anything that you have, exhibits into evidence. And then if you want to proceed with opening statement, you can, or you can call your first witness.
Thank you. I will offer into evidence the following exhibits. Exhibit number 1, order and notice for hearing. Number 2, the Arkansas Nurse Practice Act. Number 3, the rules of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Number 4, the Postal Service report regarding service of the order and notice for hearing. Number 5, Melissa Rusenberger's investigation report with attachments. And number 6, Lisa Wooten's hearing report with attachments.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I think the evidence will show that respondent was requested to submit to a for-cause drug screen while working at Great River Medical Center in Blytheville after respondent was flagged on their monthly dispensing practices report. Respondent initially provided some unusable samples of urine and then left without providing a usable sample and was subsequently terminated. The board investigator will also testify, in addition to that, will testify about missing medications at Great River and about respondent's continued medication and administration documentation issues at a subsequent employer. There's also going to be testimony that when the respondent called the board about renewing her license, she was instructed to contact the investigator because the investigator needed to get a urine drug screen at that time, and she left a message the next day. The investigator attempted to contact her back, and respondent never contacted the investigator after that, never contacted board staff. So I think there's going to be substantial evidence presented of a violation of the Nurse Practice Act and the board's rules for refusing 2 drug screens. And she said she didn't refuse any drug screens. The evidence will show that she did, or she failed to show up to provide adequate samples. So if the board decides that there is a violation or violations, the remaining issue to decide will be what discipline or monitoring would be necessary to adequately protect the public.
Thank you. With that, you may now call your first witness.
Thank you. I call Investigator Melissa Rusenberger.
Sorry. Go ahead, one more time.
Melissa Rusenberger, RN Drug Control Investigator for Pharmacy Services, Arkansas Department of Health.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As part of your duties, do you conduct investigations when complaints are made to the Board of Nursing?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you receive a complaint to investigate in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And did you, in fact, perform an investigation and produce a report outlining the findings of your investigation?
I did.
And was a copy of that report provided to board staff?
Yes, it was.
And I think it's entered into evidence as exhibit number 5. What was the cost of your investigation?
$412.50.
Okay. So I want to go through your report and discuss the things that you found. First, would you just go tell us what the complaint stated?
This investigation was prompted by a complaint from Sherry Blurton, Human Resources Director at Mississippi County Hospital System. The complaint dated April 25th, 2024 indicates in part that while working at Great River Medical Center, Blytheville, Arkansas, respondent was flagged by the monthly dispensing practice report. An investigation found failures in documenting medication administration.
Okay, so it appears you looked at employment records from 2 employers, Great River Medical Center and Heritage Square Nursing and Rehab. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It was Heritage Square after she was terminated at Great River?
It was.
Before we get to Great River, will you tell us about what you learned about the employment at Heritage Square, please?
The following is a timeline of events in part of respondent's employment at Heritage Square Nursing and Rehabilitation, Blytheville, Arkansas. On September 4th, 2024, respondent was hired. On November 4th, 2024, respondent received a disciplinary warning for medication not given to resident. On January 22nd, 2025, respondent received a write-up for multiple times of giving narcotics and not signing off the MAR. And on February 14th, 2025, Sandra Riley, Human Resources, indicated respondent worked her last shift and did not return.
Okay, and so you also reviewed the medical records for Great River. Would you go through and explain, and that's who filed the complaint, correct?
Correct.
And explain what did you determine from the information you got there?
On April 24th, 2013, respondent was hired. On February 8th, 2017, respondent received an informal coaching counseling for job performance. On February 4th, 2020, respondent received a verbal warning for attendance. Documentation received from facility indicates respondent had excessive tardiness, 11 total since 11/21. On April 4th, 2024, respondent received a final written warning for job performance. Documentation received from facility indicates respondent's dispensing practices report prompted investigation. The dispensing practices report received from facility indicates that between the dates of 1/1/24 to 3/19/24, respondent removed 88 total doses. Investigation shows employee has not been scanning meds. Respondent has been pulling medication but not documenting it. At times documenting administration before pulling from the Omnicell. Respondent was taken to the lab for drug and alcohol screening, then suspended without pay pending investigation. Documentation from facility indicates in part that respondent refused the blood draw, but stated she would do the urine drug screen. After multiple attempts, the first two samples, it was not enough to test, and the third attempt was clear liquid that did not register a temp on the specimen cup. Respondent asked what she needed to do. I stated that we could stay until she provides a urine specimen that met all the requirements for testing, or she could refuse. She stated that she didn't want to stay any longer and asked her if she was refusing to stay, and she said yes. On April 23rd, 2024, respondent was officially terminated.
And did you review some medical records yourself from Great River?
I did.
And what was the summary of your review?
3 medical records were reviewed. 3 records were found to have discrepancies. Dates ranged from January 13th, 2024 to February 3rd, 2024. A total of 15 milligrams of oxycodone is unaccounted for. A total of 200 micrograms of fentanyl is unaccounted for, and a total of 30 milligrams of codeine is unaccounted for.
Were the issues noted in the subsequent employment with Heritage Square similar to the issues that were noted on the report from Great River Medical Center? With
Yes.
as far as documentation and
I would
so
say
forth?
so, yes.
So did you have trouble as part of your investigation communicating with respondent?
I did. I was never able to make contact with her.
At one point, when she was applying for renewal, did she attempt to contact you when you were out of the office?
Mhm. Yeah.
And so what did you do?
I
after
called
that?
her back when I returned to the office and was still unable to make contact. I also sent her an email.
Were you going to request a urine drug screen?
I was,
Okay, but she never called you back to get that
correct.
instruction?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mrs. Stallings, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, I think she answered it, that she never asked for the drug screening because I never got back with her.
Okay. And board members, any questions for this witness? Okay, great. Mr. Dawson, you may now call any additional witnesses.
Thank you. I call Lisa Wooten.
Lisa Wooten, Assistant Director, Arkansas State Board of Nursing.
Ms. Wooten, would you please go through the respondent's license history?
Yes, Misty Dawn Stallings graduated in July of 2012 with her PN certificate from Arkansas Northeastern College in Blytheville, Arkansas. On October 26, 2012, she graduated from Northeastern College in Blytheville, Arkansas with her associate degree in nursing. She's been issued Arkansas LPN license L053080, a multi-state license by exam on July 23rd, 2012, and it expired on February 28, 2014. She's also been issued Arkansas RN multi-state license R092296, issued by exam on October the 26th, 2012, and it expires on February 29, 2028. Previous discipline includes none in the state of Arkansas, and then there's no other license or disciplinary history reported in nurses.
Did you produce a report today to be used at the hearing?
Yes, it's dated May 13th, 2026.
Okay, and I think it outlines information relevant to communication or lack of communication with respondent. Please go through your report.
Okay, if you'll refer to attachments 1 through 2, on April 30th, 2024, Arkansas State Board of Nursing contacted respondent after receiving a complaint on respondent's RN license involving mismanagement of controlled substances. Respondent denied the allegations and refused RNAP participation. The complaint was sent to Pharmacy Services, Arkansas Department of Health for investigation. On April 8th, 2025, Melissa Rusenberger, RN Drug Control Investigator, submitted her investigative report. Investigator Rusenberger reported respondent failed to contact her after multiple attempts to reach her to review the findings of the investigation and obtain a written statement. If If you'll refer to attachments 3 through 11 on October 17th, 2025, respondent was notified through the ASBN nurse portal and USPS certified mail that her case was forwarded for hearing for failing to cooperate and communicate with the board. A letter sent by certified mail was returned to ASBN, marked return to sender, undeliverable as addressed. Respondent did not view the message in the nurse portal until February 27th, 2026. A skip trace was performed and the P.O. box address in Manila was the most current address. If you'll refer to attachments 12 through 17, on February 27th, 2026, respondent contacted ASBN staff by phone after her RN license renewal was blocked. She was notified her case was forwarded for hearing due to failure to respond to investigator. Respondent was advised to contact investigator Rusenberger and update her contact information with the board immediately, and her license was renewed. Respondent contacted Pharmacy Services and spoke with Nick Schull, Farm D. Investigator Rusenberger was out of the office that day and tried to reach respondent the following day. ASBN staff notified Investigator Rusenberger and a professional drug screen was ordered. Respondent made her application with her address, current employer, and answered no to the question regarding if she was under a current investigation. After multiple attempts to reach respondent, Investigator Rusenberger notified ASBN staff she was unable to reach her. If you'll refer to attachments 18 through 19, on March 4th, 2026, ASBN staff sent an email to respondent after she failed to update the board. If you'll refer to attachments 20, on April 6, 2026, ASBN staff left a voicemail with respondent to update her information. If you'll refer to attachments 21 through 25, on April 23rd, 2026, a letter was sent to respondent via USPS certified mail and through the nurse portal, notifying respondent she was scheduled for a hearing. The certified mail was returned to ASBN, and she has failed to view the portal message or contact ASBN as of the date of this report. And that concludes my report.
Did you have any contact from respondent before the hearing started today?
The only contact I had was when her license was blocked, and told her once she contacted Pharmacy Services that we would renew her license.
Right, that was back in February.
Yes.
But since the end of your report, have you had any
No.
contacts on?
No.
Was the next step in the investigation process to get a drug screen from respondent?
Yes.
And respondent would never communicate back with the investigator or staff regarding that?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Stallings, do you have any questions for this witness?
No.
Board members, any questions? Nothing? Okay. Okay, Mr. Dawson, do you have any additional witnesses at this time?
No.
Ms. Stallings, if you have any witnesses that you would like to call, you can do that, or of course you can provide testimony.
I don't have any witnesses, just myself. And I will say that, sorry. So when the incident happened at Great River, that was the beginning of a lot of things that happened in my life. First of all, the date that happened, I was just in shock. I did try to give a drug screen or three urine drug samples, all of which was witnessed. The door was open. I gave 3 samples. Like they said, the first two, they said wasn't enough. The third one was too much. That's what I was told. I had been in there for 4.5 hours already. I remember refusing to do a blood screen that day, but when I got home that night after losing my job, the next day, I ended up from a relationship with someone I'd been with for 20 years. They left, and so I'd lost my job. I was single now. I had 3 kids. I ended up losing my home. It's just a lot of things happened, and so I honestly had just given up. And so I'm sure that's why no one could contact me. And it wasn't until I tried to renew my nursing license that I realized there was still a problem. The date that this happened at Great River, sorry. The day that it happened, that afternoon when I left, the first phone call I made was, I think, to my kids' dad. The second one was to the Arkansas State Board of Nursing, because I asked what should I do, and the person I spoke to said that I should just call and contact them myself and let them know the situation. So I did. And that day, she said it could take up to 2 years. I asked, do I need to keep working? Do I not? I actually didn't start back working just because I had so much else going on in life. It had nothing to do with a drug screening, though. The situation at Heritage Square was, there was incidences of the way the narcotic thing, so you give a medication and you sign them out in a book. And I thought that that was sufficient. I now know that's not. You also have to make sure that you're signing out in the MAR on the computer. And from this date forward, I'll never do that again. I'm not going to refuse a drug screening. I won't. I can tell you right now that anytime, I promise I will go do a drug test. From here on out, I know that I'm going to have to be able to get contacted. I thought I had given my last employer and my updated address the last time I spoke with someone. I have it written down, but I don't know who it was that I spoke to. Yeah, so it was after on February 27th, that was when I had called to find out about my nursing license. Lisa was at the office till Monday. I spoke with Miss Ruthenberg and made, and a male, I don't know his name. I was told to call back Monday when Lisa was back in the office. On 3/2, I called Monday, was told Lisa will be out until the middle of March and allowed to speak with Kelly, maybe, I don't know the name for sure. She said Lisa will be in the office until tomorrow, and she would have her call me then. And that's the last I had talked to them, but on that date was the date that I gave them my updated address and employment, where I've been there for over a year now with no complaints, no problems. I spoke with my DO, and she's aware of the situation, everything, and so she said that moving forward, we could do whatever we needed so that everyone understands I'm not trying to steal drugs or doing drugs or whatever.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Dawson, questions for the respondent?
Are you currently working,
I
you
am.
said?
Yes,
as
I
a
am.
nurse?
Yes, I am.
Where?
At Gosnell Health and Rehab
Okay, and how long have you been there?
for over a year.
All right. Now, when Great River had the report that showed the discrepancies and they requested you to provide the drug screen, you left it, you eventually left without giving a sample that they could use, correct?
Yes, it was almost 5 hours later.
So why did you leave?
I was told to leave. I mean, I had a choice of giving a drug screen and then leaving or just leaving. And so after 5 hours of that, I just left.
But you knew that that would constitute refusing the drug screen when you left, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you admitted that you continue to have documentation problems at Heritage Nursing Home, right?
Yes, at Heritage Square, I did.
And were you taking medications from Great River or Heritage Square?
Never.
You've never had a drug screen to show whether or not you had any of those medications in your system, though, have you?
No, I don't.
The whole issue, I think, is your lack of communication. When you wanted your license renewed, you called the board, but you never called before then. You didn't call after then. You called one time to the investigator. And when she returned calls to you to speak to you about the investigation, you didn't communicate back. So what assurances can you give the board that you're going to be safe to practice? There's nothing in evidence to show that you didn't take medications or that you weren't using them personally.
I didn't take medications. I'm not using any medications personally. And like I said, from here going forward, I will definitely do a drug screening to the best of my ability.
Wouldn't a drug screen at the time that the incident occurred be a lot more relevant with regard to whether or not you were diverting medications?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you willing to do a period of drug screen monitoring on probation
Yeah,
in order to give the board assurances that you would be safe to practice nursing?
yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Board members, any questions for the respondent? Okay.
Okay, Ms. Stallings, so Pharmacy Services called you and you got the message, right? The next day. Why didn't you just go the next day? If you couldn't in 5 hours, why didn't you respond to her? I know she called you a couple, 3 times.
Is that Miss Ruthenberg?
Yes, Miss.
Okay.
Mhm.
I wasn't aware that that's who she was at the time.
Okay, that confuses me because I'm sure she left a message to tell you who she was and what she was wanting.
Actually, the first time I talked to her, from my understanding, is when I called them because there was the block. And so I wasn't, I didn't.
What now? Okay. hang on.
Okay, sorry. There was the block where I couldn't get my nursing license renewed. That was the first time I realized there was still a problem. I really honestly thought that it was just over with.
So she called you. She had your number, right? And your
Yes.
phone was working.
It was, absolutely it was.
Left you a message.
Yes, but
Do not follow up with her.
I honestly did not get those phone calls. That's because my phone is set.
Well, you
with-
just told me you did. That you got the message. Did you get her messages? You just said that you got her messages.
No, I said that the first time I talked to her was when I had logged onto the portal and it had me blocked.
She called you the next day, correct?
Okay. I just want to be honest. And I can't
I
really
understand that. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't understand.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
go ahead.
At no time did I realize that she was trying to get me to do a drug screening. As a matter of fact, when I read these papers, I had agreed to everything, like the documentation, and then at the very end, it said that someone from, on the last page, it says that they had tried to reach me, or I had reached out to them. I didn't know what that was about. And now I
You knew
do.
You took the test and after 5 hours, you give up. You didn't think they would try to reach out to you again? I mean, they're not going to give up. Their documentation's on key. Their documentation is on key. Yours might
Correct.
not have been, but hers was.
Correct, I understand
Okay.
that.
So she called you and she left a message
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you failed to return it. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I don't understand that. And that's what I would like for you to explain, why you did not follow up with Pharmacy Services the next day, because we were trying to get a urine screen. They were.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that now.
Okay. Pardon me?
I said I understand that now, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your documentation, I see here when you were at Heritage that, you did document the narcotics out on the MAR, but you failed to do that in the narcotic book, but failed on the MAR, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your documentation was bad. I mean, and it's not saying they, let me look here. I just don't understand why you didn't follow up with pharmacy services and doing your drug screen like Mr. Dawson said. I mean, it just doesn't look good.
I understand that.
You know, you're a nurse. You deal with this. How long have you been a nurse? What'd you say? Okay. You deal with this. You understand.
Yes, ma'am.
So what does, it doesn't look good.
I understand that. And I agree, it does not look good from moving
You're an
forward.
RN. I mean, you should have stayed and drank water, whatever you had to do to give them that correct urine sample. One of them was clear, so that tells you that it was probably diluted, could have been diluted.
It wasn't diluted. I had drinking water for all that time.
Okay, I have no further
I
questions.
just have one question. Good afternoon.
Hello.
When work requests that you go do a drug screen, you can't get a urine sample. Several calls from an investigator or someone from the board. You made a comment a while ago that you thought that it was over with. What would make you think that when you called and they were gracious enough to renew your license under the request that you would call the investigator the next day? That was a gift.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
It was a
You are
gift
right, yes.
to let you know if your license was blocked. And they said, sure, give us your updated information. Call the investigator. You said you would. They unblocked that. So
Yes, ma'am.
what made you think that there's an investigation that's open, but you think it's just gonna go away? It doesn't work that way.
I understand.
You've had opportunity after opportunity to clear the allegations against you. I mean,
Yes,
you've been offered the olive branch and each time you turned that down. And that would have been the proof that the board or the board staff would have needed to know that maybe this was just a documentation error. Maybe it was carelessness. Maybe you had something going on, but we have nothing to say that you didn't.
yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to know why you thought that it would just disappear. It doesn't work like that.
I understand that now.
Board members, additional questions for the respondent?
Go back to this, when your license was blocked back in February, and then you tried to renew and you couldn't, and so you had reached out, I think there was an email included or through the portal that you talked to Sue, but even on that episode, when you went to renew your license, you didn't update your information, you didn't put like what your current employer was. Sue even asked you specifically, like, read every line before you sign that on your renewal. And it's kind of like we just, part of me can say, okay, you left a job when they were asking you for a drug screen and then you chose to leave that. Maybe you were just flustered, whatever. Not a great decision. But then once again, like Veronica is saying, we're trying to help you and keep you in practice, but then you're not even reading the questions. Like, it is your responsibility to keep your license together. And what I'm scared of is we're going to put you on some kind of drug monitoring thing. You're going to have to call in every single day and then you've got 24 hours to test or a time frame to test. Are you going to be compliant with that? Or is this a waste of time to do that? Because something's going to have to change. In February, Sue told you, we're going to let you renew your license, but you need to do X, Y, and Z. And you didn't even bother to update your address. Like, it is your responsibility to go into that portal and update your information.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is going to tell us as a board today that if we put you on a consent agreement and drugs test you, that you're going to wake up every morning, you're going to call the number, and if they say go test, we're going to get a urine specimen from you? What's going to make us know that this is going to happen?
I absolutely my nursing license is the only way I have of supporting my 3 kids. This is very important to me, and I understand that this is my fault. I'm here today because of mistakes I've made. Moving forward, I know that I have to do things differently.
Okay, but it's been your nursing license for
ma'am.
years, right? Okay,
Yes,
it's a
ma'am.
privilege to practice in the state of Arkansas.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you telling me that you are willing from today, whatever discipline we give you, that's what I think Mr. Dawson was asking you earlier, like, do you understand, like, you're gonna have to prove to us that you are not diverting drugs, you're not taking drugs, that you are in a place that you can practice safely.
Yeah.
So not just your employer, like I'm glad that your employer, hasn't had any issues at your new place of employment, and maybe things have changed significantly in your life, but you're gonna have to prove to this board and the staff that you can practice safely. And we have to know that. We can't take someone's word, and that's gonna be you calling in and checking in, you doing drug screens and showing up for them and doing that. Like, you've got to be compliant.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we gonna do that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay, Mr. Petty.
Hey, good afternoon. I almost said good morning, sorry. Okay, so let me go back and ask a couple questions. You said you never spoke to anybody about this. You basically had forgotten or didn't realize you were being investigated or there was a complaint against you? So you've never spoke to anybody about the complaint since then at the board? Like, since you refused or didn't take the test at the hospital, you knew they were going to complain, and you're saying you never talked to anybody at the board about this complaint?
No, the day that happened, I called, and the woman I spoke with told me that day that it could take up to 2 years for an investigation. So I did know that there was an investigation going on. I didn't realize, I guess, that it would come to this.
Okay. So, yeah, on 4/30, it says that you discussed that complaint with Sue. 4/30/24. You discussed the complaint with Sue Tedford. She was the director of the State Board of Nursing at the time, and declined to do the alternative discipline program. And you discussed the complaint with Sue, and she told you it was being investigated. So why almost 2 years later, when you go to renew your license, are you shocked that we've been trying to get a hold of you?
I understand that makes no sense at all.
You're right, it doesn't. Okay, going back to the first of it, to our event that happened. So you were working at Great River Medical Center, and I guess, so that termination happened April of 24, is that right? Okay, so how long did you work there?
Over 10 years.
Okay, and what part of the hospital, I'm not familiar with that hospital, what part of the hospital, where did you work?
Labor and delivery.
Okay, labor and delivery. Did you work in any other units? Just all the time, labor and delivery. Okay. And so had you ever had issues with documenting med administration up until this point?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, I mean, back to the root of it, explain how you pulled 88 meds in a 2-month period that you didn't document administering. That's what led to this whole thing, right? That's why they're suspecting you of diversion and asking you to take a test, because you pulled 88 medications with no administration. Narcotics, all of it.
Correct. I thought that it was just the 4 medications that weren't documented.
The report here says, let me go back to that. There were 4 on that day, I believe, but there were, or on that one date. But
Yeah, each day.
What's that?
It was an average of 4 each day.
Yeah, an average of 4 each day, but there was a total of 88 medication pulls that were not documented, is what was in the investigation by the hospital.
The day that I got fired, I was told it's 4 that wasn't documented. That the reason that the investigation was because I had administered so many medications, but that's because I worked on the postpartum floor. And so you do give a lot of medications. Not so much narcotics, but there is a lot of medication administration.
So another sign of diversion is any uncommon practices, and I would say an uncommon practice would be pulling medications from a place you usually don't, especially narcotics. So in this investigation, it also shows, you said you never worked on med-surg units?
No, but I did have to pull a medication from the med-surg, but that was because we didn't have, there was an antibiotic that patient was getting that day. And so I pulled all of her medications from the med-surg floor because when I called pharmacy to get that antibiotic, they told me to go to med-surg. That's where that antibiotic was. I should have just pulled the antibiotic from up there, but instead I pulled all of her medications at the same time while I was up there.
So it says, yeah, at that time, you retrieved 2 tabs of oxycodone and 3 other meds.
Yes.
You documented 2 of the 4 medications, but you didn't document milk and magnesia and oxycodone. So we're documenting the antibiotic and whatever else the other drug was. We're not documenting oxycodone.
Correct.
Any explanation for that?
And the only explanation I have is, which is not a good explanation, but at the end of my shift, I would sit down, we all did, and that's when we signed out our medications. I know that's not the way to do it now, because that's how things are going to get missed. You should do it when you're administering it. That's how that happened.
And you do understand why the hospital, the Board of Nursing, pharmacy services, everybody who looks at this file, that looks like diversion. That looks like somebody's taking that home.
I do.
Okay. So let's get to the drug test day. So they see all these things, bring you in for the drug screen, and they take you, I guess, to the lab or something to
Yes.
test. So you couldn't do the right volume twice. You couldn't make enough urine twice. Any
Correct.
reasoning for that?
I mean, I had a C-section and my bladder was nicked, and so I do have issues going to the bathroom. And so everyone was aware. I had a baby at that hospital. That's why it took me 5 hours to get the 3rd sample. I had to sit and drink and drink and drink, and I assume that's why it was so diluted.
Can you explain why it didn't temp?
I cannot.
Because urine coming out of a body temps.
Absolutely.
Enough that, I don't know if you remember this part, I found it very interesting, and who is Felicia that was there with you administering the test?
She is the like the DON of the hospital.
Okay, all right. It didn't say, it just said her by first name, so I wasn't sure who that was. So it just says, I'm just going to read this to you and see if you can explain it. She came out of the restroom with a urine cup of clear fluid, but the temperature wasn't registering. She questioned the cup being faulty, so Linda then poured the specimen into another cup. The temperature still didn't register. Misty continued to question the cups being faulty, so Felicia took a cup, provided her own specimen, and the temperature registered. And then after another hour or so, you came out of the bathroom and said you were unable to provide another specimen. So what's the explanation? I mean, the cups worked, it temps, I think we're out of excuses at this point. And I think the other board members have talked enough about the communication issues. I think you did not help yourself with that, and not communicating, not explaining, not going ahead and testing. I really do hope that your communication drastically improves with whatever comes from this hearing, because it will be very, very hard to be successful in anything going forward to keep your nursing license if you do not communicate. And if you are not organized and on time, there are lots of stipulations to these types of things. And if you don't check every box, you're not compliant. And we're right back here. And nobody wants that. You don't, we don't, nobody wants that part. So you've got to figure that part out. You've got to communicate and keep everything updated at all times.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Miss, yes, and I was, while we're getting that set up, you said you're currently working at Gosnell,
Gosnell.
and what are you doing there? What's your current role?
I do like there's a 100 haul, a 300 haul. I do the 100 haul.
And are you full-time, day
Yes.
shift, night shift?
Night shift.
Okay. And did you have to do a pre-employment drug screen when you took that position?
I do not remember if I did that or not. I have taken drug screenings since, but I don't remember if I did for that job or not.
I
Ms.
think
Tabby?
that question was asked if you had had a drug screen since that. Have you had drug screens? At any employment since your refusal of
At
the?
Great River?
At Great River?
Not that I remember, not that I can recall, no.
Okay, I'm gonna follow up a little bit with what Mr. Petty, and it's just a follow-up. Why didn't you just do the blood draw?
We
Why? I
had,
mean, were
right.
your veins bad?
They are
It's just-
horrible,
they're
and
horrible.
everybody knew that already
They're
from
horrible.
lab. I was in
Like your
lab.
bladder, they knew your bladder was nicked and it was horrible. So, it'd been easy just to do a blood draw and you wouldn't have had to sit there for 5 hours.
Correct, but I don't remember refusing a blood draw. I don't remember that happening there.
They documented it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Stallings, have you had in the past or currently do you have an issue with narcotics, with opioids, with pills?
No, ma'am.
Never taken them that weren't prescribed, never?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Any additional questions for the respondent from board members? Ms. Stallings, do you have any other witnesses that you were going to call today?
No, ma'am.
We are going to move, there's no other testimony or evidence to be entered. Then what we will do is move to closing statements. And Ms. Stallings, if you'd like to make a closing statement, this will kind of be your last chance to speak to the board before a decision's made.
Thank y'all for coming today, and I know I've made a lot of mistakes up to this point. From here moving forward, I understand that I can't continue doing this, that I have to be able to be reached, that I have to follow through with things, and I will. Anytime I need to take a drug test, I will absolutely go take it right then. I will make sure all of my current information is updated to the portal and anything else I need to do.
Thank you. Mr. Dawson, would you like to make a closing statement? Okay. Okay, at this point in time, we're going to go into deliberations and there'll be no further input from anyone. Ms. Stallings, you're welcome to sit and listen to deliberations, or you can step out. However, if you do step out, just don't go very far because a member of the staff will come and get you once a decision has been made, okay?
Okay.
The board is now in deliberations. Just to kind of regroup, I know it can get a little confusing with testimony, but our findings of fact are we've got, it looks like 3 kind of documented findings of fact for A68. We've got C, P, and W. Obviously, we've got the refused, well, the dispensing errors, the refused drug screens, and then the lack of communication and failure to update appropriate platforms with addresses and contact information. So, any questions or discussion, or do I hear a motion?
What's the time frame?
Probation, yeah.
1 year or 2 years?
I'm kind of okay with 1 because if we fail, we're gonna fail.
Yeah, it's gonna be in a year.
I do think, I mean, we don't have any kind of substance use disorder evaluation or.
We could
obviously
order one as a part of the probation.
do. And then we can kind of base other things off of that if we need them or don't.
Do
need
they
'em.
review the meds being taken out of the Omni cell as well?
So they'll review her like current prescriptions that she has. And then depending on what the evaluation. When you say that, sorry, clarify that question.
Like where-
Sorry. What I'm saying is, what if she's not actually taking the medication herself? What if, if, like what she was
Mhm.
talking about, her husband left her, you're suddenly in a financial situation. You can take all the medication that you want and you can pee it in a cup and it's not gonna show up anything. So if the Omnicell is showing that it's missing fentanyl, the oxycodones and stuff like that, and you're selling it, it's not gonna show up on a blood test or a urine test. And so what I'm asking is there any monitoring from Gosnell Nursing Home
Yes.
going
So
forward?
She'll have reports from her employer and then she'll have like a peer.
Quarterly performance evaluation.
She's basically on a,
Okay.
And then we're gonna put site limitations, like she can't work labor and delivery.
preceptor.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So she's gonna have that.
And then she'll also have a preceptor that is aware of the situation.
All right, that was my only, like,
Yeah, no, that's a great
that
question.
was one thing that nobody really touched on, was the whole, are you taking the medication or are you selling it, or are you, I mean, that's the other side of it.
Yeah, it's a great point.
And the good thing that it.
Philip, Mike.
Sorry. To remember as well, I'm loud, come on, guys. To remember is the refusal or the failure to be able to take a drug test is just, it's a positive. I mean, like, so, that failure to do that, failure to do it with pharmacy as well, is both of those are failure to take a drug test or a positive drug screen fall into that same Nurse Practice Act violation. So,
Well, sometimes they're taking them to sell. They're gonna run for the drug screen. If they're taking, I mean, just so you know, if they're taking them for someone else, which happens occasionally, they're gonna run down for the drug screen. They know they're gonna be clear, too. So.
don't refuse it. But yeah, there's lots of stipulations in the probation agreement that we'll do that limits all that and kind of helps with that.
Veronica, will you pull one for him so he can go through it with us?
Yeah.
I think we're looking at A probably.
Here's one.
And is anybody writing yet?
I
see.
Oh, okay. So I think I heard a year, the civil penalty is gonna be 12.50? No, 11.62.50. Check me the
1162.50.
50 cents.
Do you want courses?
I think
Yes.
same.
Documentation.
Yeah.
That's fine. That one called me.
And then,
So there's documentation for nurses, like 5th edition. So it's
That's the usual one we do,
yeah, 105.
because the other one's nurse practitioner.
and then, I'm sorry, did we want to do other courses? Do you want to do the substance
I
abuse?
don't
one?
know that nurse and professional behaviors is not a bad one with all the communication issues and understanding Nurse Practice Act and
Yeah, let's do that one. Nurse professional behaviors and then the documentation course. What's the actual official title of the documentation one? Oh, okay.
documentation.
I think we do want an evaluation, it sounds like. And then maybe for the counseling, we can just do that by the evaluation. And then is everybody okay with reinstatement without an appearance?
Yes.
And then her current, I didn't get a good understanding of her current facility where she works, but are there any,
It's long-term care.
so that's okay.
It sounded like she was a floor nurse.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. It's not home anything, so we're fine on
No.
that. Okay. Anything else that anybody would like to discuss or add in?
You do not want her to come back to us, correct?
No. Just just do the evaluation one and skip everything else.
Do you want to do based on what the evaluation says?
Yeah, we'll just, we'll just put this right here maybe. Okay. There is a motion before the board and it is for a 1-year probation, civil penalty of $1,162.50. And we've got the documentation for nurses and then the nurse and professional behaviors for the 2 courses. We do want a substance use disorder evaluation. And then the respondent is to attend support groups and or counseling per the evaluator's recommendations. And reinstatement can be requested through the portal without an appearance before the board with no additional, no revisions or changes to the standard stipulations for drug-related probation. Questions, concerns? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that motion will carry. Somebody could go get the respondent.
Get a copy of the motion for her to look at while you're reading. That way we don't have to read the whole thing.
Thank you, sir. And then what exhibit will that be, Mr. Dawson?
Number 7.
Thank you. Okay, no, not okay. A. Mhm.
You want to make a copy of the actual motion for the.
A carbon copy. That's a good idea.
Well, we could use a blank copy, can you tell me?
Okay. So you just go.
Here. But I guess now I have. It's a took. I don't know if she's back there or she went upstairs. We need space things up.
Okay, Mr. Dawson, I think maybe we're ready to. No? Okay.
We can use a blank copy for the respondent to use to see the,
Just kind of as we're going.
yeah,
Oh, I think we got it.
okay.
All we have to do is say it out loud.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Stallings, oh, excuse me, the board is now out of deliberations. Let the record reflect, it is 2:06 PM and the respondent is present in the boardroom. Mr. Dawson, could you please offer this motion into the, or do I need to go through it first and then you put it into the exhibits?
Yes, do that.
Do it
and
first, okay.
Yeah, we can do that at the end.
Okay. Ms. Stallings, you have a copy in front of you, so I'm just gonna hit the high points of this. There'll be board staff available to go over the decision and answer any and all questions that you do have, okay? There is a motion before the board and it's due to the violations. The respondent's license will be placed on probation for 1 year. There is a civil penalty. There are 2 courses assigned, documentation for nurses and nurse and professional behaviors. The board is going to ask that the respondent provide evidence of a comprehensive assessment for substance use disorder within 30 days of the receipt of the order. And then the respondent shall attend any support groups or counseling per that evaluator's recommendations. The respondent will be able to request reinstatement through the ASBN portal without an appearance before the board. And then there's a list of drug-related probation standard stipulations, and we did not make any changes to that. But please make sure that you read it in its entirety. Like I said, there will be board staff available to answer any and all of your questions. This was signed by Cassie and seconded by, Cassie Gonzalez and seconded by Tabitha Lancaster. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the motion will carry.
Yeah.
Now you could offer into exhibit.
To include the board's order as in evidence as exhibit number 7.
Okay. Mrs. Stallings, you will have 30 days to appeal this decision in Pulaski County Circuit Court or in the Arkansas County in which you reside or do business. And as I've mentioned earlier, there will be board staff available to answer any questions that you may have today and then, of course, throughout your next year. This will conclude the case of Misty Dawn Stallings. Break, or that'd be okay? Short break. Yeah. Just for you, Jason. Okay. Are we recording? Okay. The board is now back in session. I will now convene the hearing. We are before the Arkansas State Board of Nursing in the matter of Robin Ann Barnes Fortner, NCSBN ID 2149300 and LPN license number L049681, which is expired. The time is 2:16 p.m. and it is Thursday, June 4th, 2026. The hearing is being held at the ASBN offices in Little Rock. Let the record reflect that the respondent is not present. Is the state represented by counsel today?
Yes, David Dawson.
And the court reporter will now swear in any witnesses.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Dawson, would you like to go ahead and offer any exhibits that you have?
Yes, thank you. I'll offer 6 exhibits. Number 1 is the order and notice of hearing. Number 2 is the Arkansas Nurse Practice Act. Number 3 are the rules of the Arkansas State Board of Nursing. Number 4 are the Postal Service reports regarding the attempts to serve order and notice on respondent. Number 5 is Penny Summers' investigation report with attachments. And number 6 is Lisa Wooten's hearing report with attachments.
Okay, and with that, would you like to make an opening statement?
I'll waive opening.
Okay, you may now call your first witness.
Thank you. I call Investigator Penny Summers.
Penny Summers, RN Drug Control Investigator with the Arkansas Department of Health Pharmacy Services.
Good afternoon. As part of your duties, do you conduct investigations sometimes when complaints are made to the Board of Nursing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive an investigation assignment in this case?
Yes, sir.
Did you produce a report that's been labeled as exhibit number 5 and provide that to board staff?
Yes, sir.
What was the cost of your investigation?
$1,200.
$1,200?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as exhibit number 5, let's go through that. And if you would start out and state what the complaint stated.
This investigation was prompted by a letter dated November 11, 2022, written by Jean Bodie, RN Director of Nursing at Southern Trace Healthcare and Rehab and Healthcare in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Ms. Bodie reported the loss of controlled substances and respondents' employment termination due to not reporting to the facility as part of the facility investigation and a no-call, no-show.
Okay. Did you receive records and information from Southern Trace regarding the reported incident?
I did.
And did that include their own investigation into the matter?
It did.
And what did those records indicate?
According to personnel records from Southern Trace Rehab and Care Center, in part responded on April 28, 2015 was hired. On November 8, 2022, according to the facility investigative report, in part, an incident was discovered regarding narcotics. Once the investigation was underway, it was discovered by DON Jean Bodie that multiple residents appeared to have had narcotics misappropriated by respondent. Discoveries included but not limited to: 1, pages were folded over in the narcotic book, which indicated the medications were sent in for destructions and were missing signatures for destruction. It should be noted the bottom of the narcotic book pages reads, "All controlled drug waste must be witnessed and co-signed by another nurse. You must document drug disposition when folding pages over." The resident had expired in August 2022. After reviewing the drug destruction records, it was found that narcotics had not been surrendered for destruction. The narcotics were not in the medication cart. Missing were hydrocodone with Tylenol 10-3-25, number 19, Ativan 1 milligram, number 3, and the respondent was the last signature for both medications. 2, this discovery led to a review of additional narcotic records for other residents. Respondent would have been assigned while she was working. It was noted 2 other residents had orders for tramadol 50 milligrams, patient CS, and Norco 7.5, 325 milligrams, patient MW. Respondent was the only nurse that administered these medications to these 2 residents. If respondent was not working, these 2 residents were not given these PRN medications. On November 9th, 2022, an order was received to urine drug screen both patient CS and patient MW. Both screens were reported as negative for all substances tested. The DOM began urine drug screenings, the LPNs present. The LPNs tested had negative results. According to Nancy Brown, Executive Director, they used the EZ split key drug cups for their drug screens. A copy of the information sheet for these cups are included in this attachment. The facility replaced the cost of the medications. On November 9, 2022, various staff members at the facility began reporting respondent had started calling them, asking, "What's going on? Am I getting fired?" Copies of these witness statements are included in this attachment. The DON and administrator waited at the facility until approximately 1930 to obtain a drug screen on respondent when she was due to arrive for her shift. However, she did not report to work. At 1930, respondent was sent a text message instructing her not to come to the facility and to report to the facility on November 10th, 2022, between the hours of 9 to noon. Respondent did not acknowledge receipt of the text message, nor did she report to the facility for the drug screen. On November 14, 2022, a report of loss of controlled substance form indicates a loss of approximately 1,277.5 milligrams of oxycodone, 200 milligrams of tramadol, 3 milligrams of Ativan or lorazepam, and 385 milligrams of hydrocodone. On November 16, 2022, Nancy Brown, administrator, sent a letter to the respondent indicating in part, "We, the facility, have been attempting to reach you for a statement concerning multiple findings of cases of suspected drug diversion with respect to multiple residents. We ask you to please reach out to us so we can get a statement from you. If you do not call or come to the facility to make your statement in person, please write what you know and return the statement back in the enclosed self-addressed stamped envelope. Without a statement from you, we must fill in the blanks as to what we believe may have occurred and make the required reports accordingly. It should be noted a statement was not located in the personnel record. And on or about May 3rd, 2023, 2 letters from the Division of Provider Services and Quality Assurance, Department of Human Services were sent to Ms. Brown indicating it was determined allegations of exploitation by respondent was determined as true. Dates of incidents, November 9, 2022 and November 10, 2022. Respondent was placed on the Adult Maltreatment and Long-Term Care Facility Registry.
So as part of that, there's a whole lot in there. The respondent was the only person pulling medications and documenting that they administered it to patient MW and CS.
Yes, she was the only one.
And then the facility did a drug screen for those residents and they did not have the drugs in their system.
That's correct.
And neither did any of the other nurses that were working at the time.
That's correct.
So did you review the narcotic logbook pages and along with 3 medical records?
I did.
And what did you determine from your review?
In summary, 3 medical records were reviewed. Approximately dates range from May 1st, 2022 to October 12th, 2022. A total of 247.5 milligrams of hydrocodone is unaccounted for, and a total of 500 milligrams of tramadol is unaccounted for. A total of 70 milligrams of oxycodone is unaccounted for. Also, I'd like to note that narcotic logbook pages for 33 patients show respondent was removing more controlled substances than her peers, and in many cases was the only nurse administering controlled substances. And these are in attachments 156 to 240. Also, in attachment 249, respondent removed more controlled substances than ordered by physician.
Okay. Did you attempt, as part of your investigation, to contact respondent?
I did. I sent a certified letter on October 19th, 2023, and as of this date, I haven't had any contact with the respondent.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Board members, any questions for this witness?
So on the 1,277 milligrams of oxycodone that the facility does not know where they are, the 200 milligrams of tramadol, 355 milligrams of hydrocodone, 3 milligrams of Ativan, are they saying that through their investigative report, they think all of that was gone by this Ms. Fortner?
No, that's just what they found was missing.
During this
In their
investigation?
investigation
Yes.
of this?
And according to their Office of Long-Term Care Facility investigation, she is the alleged person.
Through all of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Yeah. I just
Go
want to clarify too. So the oxycodone, there were so many milligrams because that whole card was missing out of the NARC book off of the deceased resident, correct?
Correct.
That's where the majority of those milligrams came from. And then we had, were the other ones they're saying are unaccounted for, are those ones that she had pulled but not administered, or?
That's correct. And that's what I look at when I
Okay.
looked at the narcotic logs to what she pulled to what was documented.
And the residents that she stated she was giving these medications to tested negative for those medications.
They did.
That's an interesting investigation. I kind of like it, but, and all the other nurses on the shift, that's why she's the alleged one. She's the one not communicating, didn't show back up. And everyone else tested that was assumed as well. And they were
Correct.
negative.
And if you look, a lot of time was the only one administering, which is another flag that.
Yes, yeah,
You're
that's a
reporting,
conversion
yeah.
flag for sure.
Additional questions?
Just to wrap my brain around it. So those 2 residents were tested. Do we have any time frame? It's not gonna, change anything, but it looks like this was reported in December. Some of these residents discharged in April. So there was a lot of access, like they were left in the cart. So do we have a time frame of when those residents were tested from when the drugs come up missing? Because I'm not sure they would, if she was the only one giving them,
Those 2 that were drug tested, it looks like in November 9th was when they were tested and they were negative.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Mr. Dawson, you may now call your next witness.
Thank you. I call Lisa Wooten.
Lisa Wooten, Assistant Director, Arkansas State Board of Nursing.
Would you please go through respondent's license history?
Robin Ann Barnes Wynn Fortner graduated on May 1st, 2009 from Beck Area Career Center in Redbud, Illinois with her PN certificate. She's been issued Illinois PN license 08447 by exam on August 13th, 2009, and it expired on January 31st, 2011. She was issued Arkansas LPN multi-state license L049681 by endorsement on December the 7th, 2009, and it expired on November 18th, 2022. She has no previous discipline, and there's no other license or discipline history reported in nurses.
Did the board staff attempt to provide notice of today's hearing in numerous ways to respondent?
Yes, we did. We sent an initial notice that the hearing was scheduled through the portal, certified mail and regular mail. Certified mail was returned unclaimed on May the 26th, 2026. She did not view it in the portal, and the one by regular mail has not been returned. The order and notice for today's hearing, she has not viewed it in the portal. The USPS website shows that the certified mail was the forward had expired as of 5/16/26, and so they are returning that to us. And we've not, yes, we have, I'm sorry. The order and notice by regular mail has been returned, unable to forward as of 5/26/2026. We also sent a process server to her last known address, and on 5/28/26, we were notified that she is no longer at the address and the phone number does not work that we have on file.
And so does it appear that she's failed to keep her contact information up to date?
Yes.
Did you produce a report to be used at today's hearing regarding the attempts to communicate with the respondent?
Yes, it's dated May 13th, 2026.
I think it's entered into evidence as exhibit number 6. If you would go through your report, please.
Okay, if you'll refer to attachments 1 through 2, on November 21st, 2022, ASBN staff attempted to reach respondent to discuss complaint in RNAP. Respondent failed to contact staff. On December the 11th, 2023, Penny Summers, investigator at Pharmacy Services, Arkansas Department of Health, submitted her investigative report to ASBN. Attachments 3 through 11, December the 11th, 2024, ASBN staff sent a letter via the ASBN nurse portal and USPS certified mail to respondent's last known mailing address on file with the board, requesting respondent to obtain a psychological addiction evaluation by January 17, 2025. The certified letter was returned unclaimed on January 13, 2025 by the United States Postal Service, and respondent failed to view the message sent through the nurse portal. If you'll refer to attachments 12 through 13, on May 15, 2025, ASBN staff sent a second notice through the ASBN nurse portal requesting respondent to contact ASBN by May 22nd, 2025. Respondent failed to view the message. ASBN staff attempted to reach respondent by phone. Respondent did not answer and did not have voicemail. If you'll refer to attachments 14 through 16, on June 9th, 2025, respondent failed to respond or contact ASBN staff. ASBN staff sent a letter via the nurse portal and USPS certified mail to her last known mailing address on file with the board, notifying respondent her case is being forwarded for hearing. The certified letter is not traceable through the USPS website and has not been returned to ASBN. Respondent failed to view the message sent through the portal. If you'll refer to attachments 17 through 19, on April 23rd, 2026, a notice of hearing scheduled letter was sent via the ASBN nurse portal and USPS certified mail to her last known mailing address on file with the board, notifying respondent her case is scheduled for hearing. USPS left a notice of the certified mail, but as of the date of this report, respondent has not picked up or viewed the message sent through the portal. That concludes my report.
Okay, and you may have already testified to this, but her license is currently expired.
Yes, it's been expired since 2022.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Board members, any questions for this witness?
So we got the complaint on 11/11/22, and usually we see them end of the month. She's expired on 11/18/2020.
Well, let me just verify that.
Okay, I was just making sure. That just seemed a little, which is great timing if so, because she hasn't been able to practice, but
So her license expiration date 11/18/2022. See if I can find out, investigate.
It's expired, so I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just, that was interesting.
Any additional questions? Okay. Mr. Dawson, do you have any other witnesses or testimony, evidence?
No.
Okay. Would you like to make a closing statement?
Oh, just to note, I think there's been evidence presented of a violation of the Nurse Practice Act, especially with regard to the issues at the facilities and her documentation and the missing medications. Also, she hasn't responded to board staff or provided the requested addictive evaluation. And so if the board decides there has been a violation, the remaining issue is to decide what discipline or monitoring may be necessary to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, the board will go into deliberations. The board is in deliberations. We have the several examples, I believe, of violations of A6, to be exact. Questions, concerns, thoughts about timelines, or do I hear a motion?
Madam President, can we
Yes.
go back on record just so a question that was previously asked can be answered?
Yes.
So,
We are back on the record.
Respondent submitted an application to make her license inactive on that date, and that's the date it was inactive.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, it just
Answers.
makes sense,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, the board is now back in deliberations. Suspend until? Oh, wait, no, it's already well, it's already, is it expired and?
You can still suspend it.
Oh, okay, and then if she,
You can suspend until
okay,
adaptive, because we asked for an addictive eval, we can suspend.
okay, so suspend until an evaluation is received by the,
Hearing, yeah,
okay.
or agreement or whatever.
Are you using, is there good check marks on that, or do you want to do a write-in? What does it be?
Website.
Sorry, I don't know where my binder goes.
There is a checkbox on this that says, yeah, let's do that. On the, look at that checkbox under that says be suspended until
Perfect.
addictive eval. We added that.
Okay, great.
Read over it, make sure.
Thank you, sir. And then do I still do the civil penalty on this one? Or will that be a part of the next? Okay. Okay, there is a motion before the board due to the violations, findings of facts and evidence today. The respondent oh, okay, yeah, great. Yeah, sorry. Okay. The respondent's license shall be suspended until the board staff is provided an addictive and psychological evaluation stating that the respondent is safe to practice. The board staff has reviewed the evaluation and assessed any recommendations. Any questions, concerns, comments? Signed by Lakeisha and seconded by Philip Petty. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the board is out of deliberations. There is a motion before the board. That motion is for Ms. Robin Ann Barnes Fortner, license L049681, due to the violation of ACA 1787-309A6. The respondent's license be suspended until the board staff is provided with an addictive and psychological evaluation. Let the record reflect that it is 2:40 p.m. and the respondent is still not present in the boardroom. This motion is signed by Ms. Lakeisha Young and seconded by Mr. Philip Petty. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion will carry. Would you like to offer this motion into the exhibits?
Yes, move that the board's motion be included as board's exhibit number 7.
Thank you, sir. And with that, Ms. Fortner will have 30 days to appeal this decision in the Pulaski County Circuit Court or in the Arkansas County in which she resides or does business. And this will conclude the case of Robin Ann Barnes Fortner. And is there any additional business to be done? Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, I think we will adjourn until